Erica Lorraine Spencer here. This is the P.O.C, Pattern of Conduct, real-time documentation of the state of California's criminal pattern of conduct of federal stalking in concert with the people of the state of California in violation of existing federal law, that is 18 U.S.C. section 2261A, subsection 1 and subsection 2. This is ongoing documentation that is specifically gathered following my release from kidnapping by this entity that was ceaselessly monitoring in violation of 18 U.S.C. and in violation of Title 15 and in violation of the Prison Rape Elimination Act, as I was subject to the same exact criminal pattern of conduct while kidnapped by this entity seeking to conceal this criminal system that I am documenting and publishing and exposing on the venue of the internet, where I am also subject to the criminal pattern of conduct, and understand that kidnapping is the pattern of conduct that is criminal obstruction of justice, as the entity seeks to avoid prosecution and to avoid documentation and exposure for engaging in this criminal system. The people of the state are the vicarious aspect of the entity. They are engaging in federal stalking as I am kidnapped by the state inside of the state facilities, all right? And they are fully engaging in kidnapping upon criminal summoning. So this is the this is the entity from beginning to the end engaging in the criminal acts of the federal stalking and the acts of criminal obstruction of justice. This is also documentation on the venue of the internet engaging in the criminal pattern of conduct via obstruction of justice, and this is in any way reducing or removing the ability to publish the ongoing documentation of the state's criminal pattern of conduct, which is waging an ongoing threat to my life as I remain subject to this criminal system. And this is the criminal pattern of conduct on the venue of the internet, okay? And that is the totality of what I have documented since release. I was kidnapped from June 18, 2021 from third-party facilitating venue of the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, where the Ontario Police Department were monitoring, and this in conformity to the ongoing wealth of documentation that I have already published, specifically revealing the Ontario Police Department engaging in monitoring and kidnapping, which was via the assertion of a fictitious warrant pursuant to a fictitious prosecution. That is the people of the state of California v. Erica Lorraine Spencer, case number Mary Wendy Victor 2000640. I was subject to kidnapping pursuant to this fictitious prosecution, documentation on the facility cameras everywhere that I was inside of the facility of West Valley, located at 9700 Etiwana Avenue in the city of Rancho Cucamonga, California, and at the state facilitating venue of the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, located at 8303 Haven Avenue in the city of Rancho Cucamonga, and I was subject to federal stalking ceaselessly at the jail, at the courthouse, in the courtrooms, okay? The same exact pattern of conduct ceaselessly underway. The kidnapping serves obstruction of justice, and that this is kidnapping that I endured from June 18th, 2021 up until August 16th, 2021. This is the P.O.C. 8VJY822 8NBF 169 6LKS 989. While subject to federal stalking en route, this is utilizing the channels of interstate commerce as the people are systematically monitoring, and this is terrorism as those demonic elements are being maintained by the state and the people together. All right, it is currently 8:11 a.m. and this is traveling north of Bugler Avenue from the city of Ontario to Upland, 7KBT 140 at the intersection of I Street and Euclid. (713-57D3).
I'm Greg Mack, ready for the weekend. Beautiful weekend it is, and for our sport.
All right, license 8M32482. Yeah, I read that one already. 6FRG115, 6SUU946, 6VEN597. That's Merchants 24977E1, 4EBA456. All right, now this is the beauty of the centrality of, contrary to the design of the system, documentation is so pivotal. You are recalling again the big picture, and documentation has, and as I am in the city of Upland, as I am engaging in the process of traveling from one city to another, that is, from one location distinctly different from another, whereas the state is maintaining this same relative position to my location and my physical position. Stalking with light, all right? And in addition to the hallmark of stalking with audible activity, stalking by the people, that same demonic behavioral pattern, that ominous stalking conduct that I show you, doing it on the levels that they have at their disposal, chiefly using their vehicles and or their private residences, using whatever they have to stalk with light. You are witnessing, we're going to recall, let me get this paper plate, BS31T96, the Ontario Police Department that engaged in kidnapping on June 18, 2021, and the state's fake sun is stationary over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts. This is at 7:50 in the morning, all right, where the state is flying over that same venue by helicopter. The state's directed light is covering while the city of Ontario, they are engaging in criminal summoning as they are engaging in federal stalking that is being documented, which they know based on the nature of the crime, okay? So you have what is the maintenance of the state's light source, as I am, again, continuously documenting that agency, continuously documenting that entire city, all right, as I'm documenting the overall entity, the state of California, the impossibility of that being the sun over that Ontario Museum of History and Arts on the day that the Ontario Police Department engaged in what is criminal obstruction of justice, while those demon-possessed stalkers engaged in kidnapping under the fake sun that remained over that venue of 225 Euclid Avenue, the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, where the state's fake sun is nowhere possible over anywhere, the buildings where I'm located in the city of Upland. 7:50 a.m. I'm documenting presence at the intersection of Foothill and Euclid Avenue at 7:50 in the morning. June 18, 2021, what am I documenting? After a history of documenting the state's stalking with light, despite the fact that I've already established this, but I've been thorough, and I'm showing you as I'm going from economy in, the state is keeping its fake sun over my head as I travel north of Euclid Avenue in the middle of the afternoon, and the state is placing its fake sun in those same positions where it remains at the beginning of the day and remaining over me irrespective of any direction that I go and any location that I remain at, namely the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, all right? The state is totally deviating from this and remaining directly over the Upland Public Library now, okay? That is direct documentation against the entire city. This is against the entirety of the entity. Remember, the pattern of conduct does not limit it to San Bernardino County. The pattern of conduct, as my documentation establishes, is through Los Angeles County, Orange County, and San Bernardino County, where the same exact pattern of conduct is underway. All right, MULAMIC 8WKJ433 6XON924 6XO 630. I can't really see the rest of that one. But I want to bring that to your memory. And this is the significance of all that has been documented while the state engages in that pattern of conduct, which is direct evidence against the totality of that entity. All right. And this is the downfall of engaging in that which the state intended to be impervious to ever being prosecuted, let alone documented and exposed. All right. So the state is engaging in systematic terrorism and in concert with the people of the state. And not only that, you're recalling what are the actors that I have specifically identified and have engaged in the acts of kidnapping under that which is not the sun, direct evidence. Speaking to that which I've already established in my documentation, but as I engage in it and I document and I go to a different area, and you're documenting the same. So this is recalling what happened, like I've already told you, I've already established, but you are able to sit back and further analyze what the Ontario Police Department have been doing as I've been documenting them, the environment that they've been doing it in. All right, because this is impossible to coexist with being over my head in front of the Upland Police Department. They're under the same fake sun. They're not under the actual sun. They are under the same directed light, because that's not sunlight, and that's for sure. You don't even have to see the fake sun over my head to recognize that that's not sunlight. This is a demonic environment, speaking to the demon possession of these agencies as I am documenting them engaging in federal stalking, which is terrorism, as the demon possessed engage in that demented stalking system. It is 8:16 a.m. And I just want to make sure I bring that to, because that is not to be forgotten. There's a big picture at hand, and there's a purpose to showing what the state is doing on a systematic basis. And it is the state is literally at this point, like I said, incriminating itself. All right. The Ontario Police Department, I unilaterally established their prosecution. But as I document, for example, the Upland Police Department, you can drop me off wherever. Yeah, the Upland Police Department, I understand that's direct documentation against the Ontario Police Department. As the state's fake sun remains over the Upland Public Library, that's direct documentation against the Ontario Police Department. The fake sun is never going to be over what is the Ontario Police Department when I'm not there, because you're looking at a pattern of remaining over the building that I'm inside of. And that is not the sun that is remaining central over the top of the Upland Public Library at 450 South Euclid Avenue. But yet somehow at 11:44 a.m. and at 4 o'clock in the evening, it's somehow maintaining some presence to be over, as I captured clearly in video, over maintaining central presence. And you're seeing how it's not over third parties. it's over me. So that is impossible to coexist. That was stalking with light that I documented at that state facilitating venue while they engaged in active terrorism. Mr. Jason Knighton himself appearing. Understand, that's how demons conduct themselves. That's how they behave. Right? That's exactly what the Upland Police Department did, as I documented the fake sun remaining in the window of the vehicle, and then they cross path replete with directed light all around that vehicle, which is the outward demonstration of demon possession. That's how demons behave, especially as you expose what is exceptionally damning evidence. Okay, so under the fake sun, Jason Knighton is present. In directed light while the state is stalking by airplane, Jason Knighton was present on January 13, 2020 when he engaged in kidnapping with Lester Keys. All right, so you're going to recall that state's fake sun is over the same state facilitating venue of the Upland City Hall, the Upland Fire Department, and the Upland Library at 8:18 a.m. And that is P.O.C. 7KZA 266, 6GYW 588. The state aiming directed light inside of the depths of a 7-Eleven, and you've seen the structure of that 7-Eleven. Directed light, it's always incompatible with any structure of a building. Sunlight doesn't shoot like a laser inside of structures. That's demonic. That's the stalking with light. I just want to document that, and the people are necessarily monitoring with the state, and you are surrounded by what is a terrorizing environment amongst those engaging in acts of terrorism with the state that is shooting that directed light inside of the venue. That is at the 7-Eleven located at 204 North Euclid Avenue, and it's 8:23 a.m. I'm on surveillance cameras inside of that venue. 8XTY679 parked at stall number 6 on surveillance cameras at that 7-Eleven. They're monitoring as well. 7ZK 2270. I can't see the 70696U2 8VTO 893 8MP 8WMP 661 8PQJ 382 6HGS 513 6TDM 459 8BZX 195 7RMB 970. This is paper plate. BL26Z58 95438L1 8UTR523 8UXT557 7X76849 77494S2. It's 8:24 a.m. State's fake sun moves from that 7-Eleven, remaining in tow and alignment, back at the state facilitating video of the parking lot, where, by the way, the state's fake sun is on the opposite side of the same parking lot, aiming directed light on the same parking lot, just like I showed after 6 p.m. yesterday, where the Upland, your door thing is coming out. I didn't do that. This is coming out. Where the Upland, I'm sorry, not the Upland Police, excuse me, the Upland, the state, sounding sirens, while those same state actors, the employees of the Upland Public Library, patrol out of the venue and then cross path through that directed light, that strip of light that is streaming across the asphalt, the same parking lot where the state is over right now. I just want to make sure you understand the linking of that and the blatant stalking with light. Demonic activity, terrorism, as they're practicing it outside of the library. That's exactly what they're engaging in all day long while the state keeps directed light inside of that library. And the state creates amplified audible activity, and those demons are stalking with their presence and stalking with noise. I even captured what is directed light in the Brody room. Absolutely inexplicable light, blue tinted light that is inside of the depths of that room. That is the ongoing indication of not only demon possession, but you are engaging in federal stalking. And that is also direct evidence against that entire venue, including those that are coming in, which are third parties. That's P.O.C. It's 8:26 a.m. All right, stalking in the path and monitoring with commercial actor National Constructions. Monitoring with Frontier as well, 7VYU931. Acting via third-party facilitating venue Molly's Super, monitoring 7X76849. They are in relevant position. By the way, the state's fake sun is over the venue and what is directed light that's just appearing in front of me while I'm sitting in the shade, and they are what is called crossing path with knowledge of what I'm doing on my communication devices. This is federal stalking 8FXC206, and stalking in the path, turning on their vehicle. Understand they're being present near Mali Super is formed, so you have a demon-possessed stalker that hops in their car and just turns on their headlights, and they're in relevant position. They're in perfect alignment with where I'm sitting in the shade, and they are monitoring, understand, while directed light is appearing all around me, okay? So this is demon-possessed stalker 8NUL839, stalking using their vehicle, loitering in relevant position under the fake sun, and creating light activity with their headlights. 7PLN458. License plate and National Constructions. Again, that is the commercial actor. They make those portable potties, if you will. Drives by on one of the trucks. The brand is all over it. Let me get this one. Directed light as this demon drives by. 8NJF113. All right. That is the mark of demon possession. There is no vantage point that any of this directed light would naturally be occurring. Okay. And I've already shown that this is not the sun, and that is clearly not sunlight, because not only, even if you want to be ignorant enough to try to posit that that's sunlight does not bounce like a laser. Okay. This is surrounding the surfaces with light. Q5JLT79. That's stalking with light. That's what that's called. 22653J1. 6DUX071, 7UZC122, 8GVE537, 6TUT652, 8AOS465, 227UD handicap, and Burtec. You already know those are very obsessive level stalking. Those are demon-possessed actors driving a commercial vehicle and using it as a means of creating light activity. They are stalkers driving Burtec vehicles. And engaging in kidnapping as they engage in the pattern of conduct in concert with the entity that was actively kidnapping me via the Sheriff's Department, the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, and the Ontario Police Department. That's called audible activity. 227UD creates audible activity under the fake sun and in directed light. Okay? And this is, again, Mali Super, where the state's fake sun is right here over the intersection. These are demons that are maintaining presence. Just like I said, you can eat soup all you want. You're in relevant position. The demonic environment is being maintained. This old biddy 7YMK878 going west on D Street. 8N37558, directed light beside the vehicle, passenger side of the vehicle while he's driving facing the fake sun. All right, impossible light. This is stalking with light as directed light just sweeps all around the environment, just like you see on the asphalt as they cross path under the fake sun. This is what they're doing while they are maintaining presence, and these are demons. This is the demon possessed. And they're engaging in federal stalking. That's terrorism. All right, so this bald-headed demon makes a U-turn in the street, crossing path again, creating more light activity, 8N37558. License plate. BG48M27 makes a U-turn, all right? Repeating the same conduct. They're creating light activity at the intersection while the state creates its directed light all around while they use their vehicle as a means of relevant positioning, making a U-turn. That's called pacing. BG48M27, all right? Reverse lights, light activity creation. All right, you're stalking in the path and you're stalking with light. Bright views in relevant position, loitering in relevant position in the state facilitating venue, that parking lot area of the Upland Public Library, okay? It is currently 8:36 a.m. Light activity in alignment on what is D Street, using their vehicle as light activity. All right, documenting those actors engaging in terrorism, monitoring with minor children. That's what I'm documenting images of. License plate 7HXY356. All right, and also going out to Mali Super. Understand everybody making a purchase, that's a means of documentation of the demons that are in relevant position in the state's demonic environment while they are monitoring with communication devices. It is 8:37 a.m. License plate. Shadow is in front of the car. 3C12957. 22653J1. I believe I read that one already. Creating relevant positioning, directed light beside the vehicle, monitoring while I'm creating this video. This is license plate. You'll see them. 7TNM779. MULAYQT 6UDR182. Group stalking in the parking lot of Molly Super using their communication device surrounding the perimeter of that location, 56034S2, 50269B3. I think I read that one already. 6VBA941, 4FLX069, 7VJD043, 8N. All right, hold on. 8 U.S.C. That's called audible activity. That's what they're doing. They're surrounding this perimeter. Under the fake sun, that's audible activity. All right, and this Latino over here was standing in the parking lot, monitoring while I am using my camera. They're maintaining presence all around. License plate 8A87876 and 8CDW190. I believe I read that one. 50269B3, 8NND997, 8CBF581, 8TUG232, 8PTD203, 7UVT979, 8TED140054XUJ. Let me be clear, what you're witnessing is the ongoing engagement in audible activity creation under the fake sun. And it's actually demonic activity. So let's get the demonic entity's name. Let's see. All right, I did document that, and what you're actually witnessing is demonic activity, and so you're breaking down the elements. Not only did I show you the light activity, the state's fake sun is over my head, my shadow is in front of me, and not only that, I have double shadows, just like you saw at Starbucks inside of Vaughn's at 81 West Foothill. While she's preparing a coffee drink, taking an order, outwardly appearing like she's doing one thing, in other words, and her hand has double shadows. That is abnormal light under any artificial light bulbs. That's not what the light activity of that is naturally occurring inside of your house or inside of any venue. That's called directed light. All right. While that demon-possessed stalker wearing that Starbucks brand inside of that third-party facilitating venue is under the fake sun, and directed light is spreading all across the walls inside of that venue, just as I documented, and just as these demons are doing in concert with the state out here at 837. Again, under what is that environment that is entirely unnatural, and that which is, again, ongoing affirmation, even though I don't need it. But you see how documentation continues to prosecute. The Ontario Police Department were indeed engaging in federal stalking. They are demon-possessed stalkers, entirely focused on me under that which was not the sun and is not the sun today. At 8:37 a.m., the state's fake sun is over the Ontario Museum of History and Arts, but yet I'm capturing these demons over here in the city of Upland under the fake sun at the same time. It's in conflict with what I just documented 24 hours ago. But let alone that, I'm making the broader point. You have what is the impossibility of my shadow appearing. It's like I call it stuttering light. That would be the term that I would use for it. You have what is double shadows. My foot, I have one foot up, but you see two shadows of my feet. You're looking at what is the fake sun over my head, and you're listening to what is the creation of audible activity in that abnormal environment. And this is coexisting with the presence of the state's fake sun directly over me in central position and remaining over the third-party facilitating venue of the Ontario Museum of History and Arts at 8:37 a.m. as I documented the Ontario Police Department stalking in the path at 214 South Euclid Avenue. All right, they were engaging in monitoring with the people, just as I'm documenting the people right now. And the state is creating audible activity in that same abnormal environment. That's what you're listening to.
All right, so you're going from the sound of a screwdriver to the sound of sirens in that same environment. That's the prosecution of American Medical Response, of the Upland Fire Department, of the Upland Police Department. It's 8:45 a.m. and that is called criminal facilitation by the demon possessed who are engaging in what is the harm to the public, because that's what the law enforcement is doing while they're monitoring with the people. All right, Molly Super is nothing but a facilitating venue. I'm going to document the name of that venue, Molly Super, as they are engaging in federal stalking, whether you are waiting on tables, whether you are paying the bill, whether you're sitting there feeding your face, you're doing it in that abnormal environment while the state is sounding sirens and you conveniently are able to sit in relevant position and monitor on communication devices. That's what the demon possessed do. They monitor and engage in terrorism while they're creating a coffee drink for you. They engage in federal stalking and terrorism while they are using a screwdriver, which is the creation of audible activity in that abnormal environment, while they are driving any emergency vehicle and sounding, using whatever they have to create what is audible activity. You're looking at the elements. You're witnessing the elements. It's demonic activity. Demons have no form. The Starbucks employee that I documented inside of Vaughn's, that's the malice that I'm speaking of. That's the psychopath. What's another picture of that? The psychopath that's taking a picture of her daughter at the First United Methodist Church in the city of Upland. And what are you looking at? You're looking at the operation of a communication device while she's in relevant position after she is engaged in molesting my body with directed light. And doing so, what is over her head? The fake sun. That's the malice with which the demons engage in federal stalking. All right. And that's what I'm going to prosecute for, because I'm not only, there's a dual purpose. I'm going to prosecute. A matter of fact, the prosecution is already done. That is sure. I'm being very thorough. I'm showing you how that to the nth degree, there is no exception. And you are looking at what is very extreme and deceptive demonic activity amongst what are psychopaths, convinced at the outset that they would get away with it, that no one would ever be able to identify it, that anyone seeking to claim it would be immediately presumed as out of their mind, all right, and impossible to ever affirm it, all right. These are all false assumptions, okay? And you're talking about what are psychopaths, and you have exactly what it is, exactly what it sounds like, exactly what I'm documenting. A people who are closeted psychopaths, and it's not closeted anymore. All right. They are together under that fake sun. They are together in that impossible light activity. They are together engaging in the identical conduct, sitting around in the path of where I am in that environment, creating ongoing activity in concert with law enforcement who are engaging in that identical conduct, irrespective of the zip code where I am. This is demonic at its core. This is public corruption. It is demonic activity, which is the root cause of it. This is the psychopath. That is the state of California. And understand the psychopath is a very, very, very violent sex offender. A very violent sex offender. One never contemplated by federal legislation. A sex offender hiding behind the commercial brand names of SINTAS, of UPS, okay, of United States Postal Service. A sex offender hiding behind the name of FedEx and Amazon Prime. Okay, hiding behind the name of Starbucks, hiding behind the name of Stater Brothers Family Markets, hiding behind the name of Ontario Ovid Family Community Library. Those titles are very deceptive, very deceptive. All right, you're going to learn to get past all of that, and you're witnessing the demonic activity that they are engaging in corporately. That is the pattern of conduct. All right, these demons cross path, and light activity is appearing above the van on the trees as they drive by. 5MNS 211. Asian Americans out here monitoring an American citizen. Directed light all around the vehicle, and that's what you're going to prosecute the entity for. And that's why those who are not natural born citizens, you are immediately removed from this country. You don't have a right to remain here, especially engaging in threatening the life of an American citizen, a natural born American citizen, and you've essentially been given permission to be here. Those are the grounds for immediate removal. All right, you're unworthy to be in this country, and you don't deserve to be in this country. License plate. And many are going to be deported. They're going to be shipped up out of here. License plate BPDK32. That's a psychopath. All right. Directed light sweeping all around while they're using their vehicles. Okay. That's how the state surrounds with light. That is the psychopath. All right. It is 8:49 a.m. and that is P.O.C. The state's fake sun remains over right where I'm at, and the demons are using their presence as they are collectively maintaining presence in directed light, like an arcade, just like I described when I'm sitting inside of the Starbucks. You can name any Starbucks I've been inside of because it's all the same. But let's just, for example, 706 West Holt, where I've given a very rich and long-term documentation of the federal stalking and terrorism and sexual violence and federal stalking conduct inside of that venue. That's what the state is doing outside. All right. As you look at what is directed light all around the walls, on the floors, that's what they're doing outside. All right. These are demons that are surrounding. They are in an unnatural environment, and they are engaging in concerted activity, while that light activity that you see inside of Starbucks, for example, is appearing outside. Absolutely demonic. OK, it's 8:50 a.m. That's P.O.C. Seven KKY 233 engaged in federal stalking yesterday and terrorism, and doing the same as they pull into the parking lot of the Upland Public Library. Flashing of light appears. Group stalking behind me in the same parking lot. This Caucasian female, license plate 6B. I'm sorry. That is 6RF. 6RBF 609, monitoring with them together 7HXN 757. They're patrolling. Okay. And as they're driving by, flashing of light appearing over here, directed light appearing on the asphalt. Okay. The same ongoing pattern of conduct. All right. So that's literally documenting the entity engaging in the pattern of conduct. And that is how the people are vicariously acting on behalf of the state. The one entity together is psychopath, a sex offender, a kidnapper. All right. And engaging in what is stalking one person. That is very demented conduct. And every documented actor acting in their individual capacity on behalf of the group, acting in their commercial capacity, whatever business that they are engaging in for the form, the outward form, which is legally irrelevant for purposes of prosecuting what is monitoring with communication devices on behalf of a public entity, and doing so in concert with the people and on behalf of the people of the states. 8:57 a.m. That's P.O.C. All right, documentation and what you want to look at. You're witnessing what is directed light as the criminal elements of federal stalking are underway. And not only as the fire department crosses path, understand this is directed light that you're looking at on the asphalt that I'm showing you as they are engaging in what is crossing of path. Federal stalking is underway. So you are crossing path in the environment. You are creating audible activity as you are crossing path in the environment. You are engaging in what is light activity as you are crossing path in that environment and creating audible activity. That is federal stalking that the Upland Police Department just engaged in on video, which is the act of terrorism, as it is also the indication of demon possession in that terrorizing environment, which they intentionally engage in with knowledge of the documentation of their terrorism as it is being systematically published and documented. In addition to that, as they turn the corner at First Avenue and D Street, flashing of light is occurring where I am sitting in the shade. And then they drive past me, and this is when I begin my video. All right, so this is the absolute absence of any separate conduct that's occurring. The state would, and this is the unprepared state, that thinks that you can have some separation because flashing of light is occurring over where I am, that it's going to be presumed to have nothing to do with those that are surrounding. This is the idiocy, and in my opinion, actually, that doesn't even make sense. And this is why I just resorted to what is documentation, and this is the genius of it, because the beauty is showing what is the environment that they are all in. And first of all, you're all in this unnatural environment together. You're all engaging in a behavior that is actually identical and equally, it's all peculiar. It's not even normal behavior. It's very peculiar, and they're engaging in it identically, all right, pursuant to the same code of conduct while you are in what is an absolutely unnatural environment. Everything you're doing is tethered together, all right? And that's just that, and this is perhaps why I am the one that is supposed to be bringing this to the attention of the world, okay? Because it needs to be known what a government is engaging in and the asininity. This is the threatening of a life and the terrorism as demonic activity is practiced by a government. This is what it looks like. When demonic activity is practiced by a people, this is what it looks like. And you have what is evidence of Upland Fire Department engaging in terrorism, engaging in what is literally assault with directed light, and the ongoing sexual violence. The state molests my person with this directed light while they're engaging in stalking and monitoring with communication devices via interstate commerce. Everything that I can prosecute the entirety that they're in a vehicle driving on the roads, the channels of interstate commerce. They're monitoring with communication devices. They are monitoring on the venue of the internet. They do so pursuant to my publishing my podcast at the same time, okay? They're stalking in the path, so they do it with simultaneity to that. This is demon possession. They're doing so under the fake sun. This is demon possession. They're doing so with directed light beside their vehicle and molesting my body. This is demon possession, while you are engaging in federal stalking, representing the state directly, being the fire department, okay? That is what I captured in video. You're going to want to pay attention to that. That's criminal facilitation as you're looking at the Upland Fire Department as well. Everybody at Molly Super, all those meetings that I just documented, they're all monitoring to that activity that the Upland Fire Department engaged in, all right? That's demonic group conduct. The fire department is not acting by themselves. The state is stalking by helicopter. I have established what is ongoing while I'm capturing on video the Upland Fire Department engaging in terrorism, all right? And engaging in literally broadcasting to the world that they are a demon-possessed department. That's what they are doing as I'm documenting it. That's exactly what they're doing. 8AKJ041. That is P.O.C. It's 9:06 a.m. All right, license 7CJP013. This is a state actor working at the Upland Public Library, engaging in the same terrorism as she drives inside of the parking lot. Directed light sweeping above my head across this building in the shadow that I'm sitting at, okay? Doing so while she keeps her back to me. Understand this is under the same fake sun and creating the same terrorizing environment. That is the pattern of conduct, and that's how psychopaths conduct themselves. That's what I'm revealing as these demons are engaging in the conduct. You're going from the state, I'm showing what the fire department does, what the police do, what American Medical Response does, the people of the state do, all right, with the straight face. That's called a psychopath, all right, while they're engaging in this pattern of conduct. 9:11 a.m., and they're on their own surveillance cameras entering inside of the venue, including Joy, who's pulling a blue wagon, all right, monitoring, license 8EGV700. They're under the fake sun and engaging in terrorism on their way inside. To maintain in terrorism by those, all of them are demon possessed while they're engaging in federal stalking inside of that venue and criminal facilitation and delinquency of minors while they engage in that demonic pattern of conduct inside of the Upland Public Library. It's 9:11 a.m. P.O.C. All right, license 7CJP013. SCHADL. 8F, I already read her license plate, 8TMK199. And as they are driving in, ongoing directed light is swirling around. Let me get this other license plate over here. And the state, while I'm in operation of my communication device, the state molests my hand that I'm holding my phone with, both of my hands, with this deep orange colored directed light at the same time that a group stalker drives by in their car. And that same directed light you see beside the fire department as they're driving by, as they are crossing path under the fake sun, that which is not sunlight, okay? The state covers my hand with this deep orange colored directed light at the same time that a group stalker is driving past. I want to document that. CMODRS. All right, and Brightview is loitering in relevant position. They can cut bushes and grass and weed whack. They can do whatever they want. They're creating audible activity, and you don't have any form, meaning there is nothing that you're doing other than engaging in federal stalking with the government. Let me get ATMK199 monitoring, engaging in terrorism, like I'm describing, the state covering me with directed light and doing so with a minor child, okay? Under the fake sun, you don't have any form in the same exact directed light while she is in tow with a minor, with a baby, okay? That's what you're going to prosecute for. That's the psychopath presenting a great danger. Let me be clear. The equivalent is the psychopath wearing a police uniform or armed with what is the title of judge, okay? It's the equivalent. Thinking that it is disarming because of their identity. And it is, to the contrary, it is speaking to the danger as they are threatening the life of an American citizen and doing so boldly, falsely thinking that they are impervious to documentation and prosecution, and both are what this whole entity shall succumb to. It is 9:20 a.m. and I want to be clear. Brightview is loitering in relevant position in the parking lot in front of the City Hall of Upland. And understand, while the fire department is driving by and directed light that you're seeing on the asphalt, which is absolutely ridiculously impossible light activity that I captured on video, yet again, direct evidence against not only the state, but the people of the state. The state's fake sun is over the environment. The state, as it is covering my hand with deep orange colored directed light at the same time that someone is crossing path in a vehicle. While the state is aiming directed light all around the surface, understand Brightview has been loitering in relevant position. Okay, they remain in relevant position. The environment is present because more than just the actor that I'm documenting at that moment is engaging in federal stalking. Monitoring with communication devices is group activity. It is demonic activity, but this is nonetheless a group. And I'm documenting a group, but let me be clear, the group includes Brightview, who is monitoring in concert with, and while all of this that I'm documenting and speaking to is ongoing. License DU770. Excuse me. 5JBE 906. Those same two sex offenders, they are freak weirdos, boy. Going to the library to engage in stalking. Mother and daughter, okay? Psychopaths. 74212D2. (9:21 a.m.) That's a state flying right over my head in an airplane. And a third party signing their ignition was simultaneity to my recording, which they are all aware of. They're monitoring. It's 9:30 a.m. P.O.C. All right, stalking with activity and also molestation with directed light, and also stalking in the path using their lights. They're already pulled into the parking spot, so they just reverse in a straight line. They're already parked, fine. They're stalking with activity, knowledge that I'm recording on a podcast. 6CKJ568, that's a demon-possessed stalker, all right? That's POC. It is 9:32 a.m., and they are pulling inside of the parking lot of State Facilitated Venue, Upland Public Library. All right, patrolling via commercial vehicles, the city of Upland, vehicle number 621. Driving what is south on 1st Avenue and driving west on D Street. They're patrolling while this group stalker uses their reverse lights, just pacing. That's what that's called. That's a demon that's pacing and using a vehicle to create light activity with simultaneity to my activity on a communication device. That is federal stalking amongst the demon possessed. 6CKJ568 POC. 7TQV 051, molesting with light. This is touching while engaging in terrorism and federal stalking via communication devices as they enter inside of the parking lot crossing path. It is currently 9:39 a.m. And this is engagement in the repeated act by the entity. The entity just engages in ongoing sexual molestation over and over again. That's what I'm documenting, okay? Hence the term terrorism, hence sex offender. And engaging in this ongoing surveillance, by the way, inside of the private space while you're physically indisposed, genitalia exposed, and they engage in the same pacing, stalking conduct. And the entirety of that entity, that's stalking in plane, helicopter, by law enforcement, fire department, emergency personnel, doing so in that unnatural environment. This is another show of what is sexually violent terrorism as the entity just repeatedly touches while they're monitoring on the venue of the internet. Okay, again, that's license plate 7TQV051. Touching without consent. This is by a terrorist, all right, that's engaging in touching your body with that which is unnaturally occurring, which is directed light in concert. Understand, he represents the government, and he is also revealing his demon possession as he is pacing back and forth through the parking lot. POC. (6BJX009). It's 9:43 a.m. 8RFF212. 9:45 a.m. That's Brightview creating audible activity. Directed light continues to spread around. POC. License 6FTG656. Touching on my hands, very specific, as I'm operating my communication device. Pacing with 7YGF836, meaning that's two of them driving in both directions while the state is aiming directed light on my hands as I'm operating my phone. 4VZF950, and Brightview is creating audible activity. It's 9:46 a.m. These are demons, all right? And you're going to prosecute for what is touching. That's a very violent sex offender that is stalking you, representing the government, and is obsessed with touching, okay? Has an issue with that. You're going to prosecute for that. 04477X2, that is SHEU, SCHEU Management Corporation. That's a commercial vehicle crossing path under the fake sun, 9:46 a.m. License plate 8EFH586 and 7SCA225. 8MTP319. And again, this is the demonic activity. As they are driving by, they do so with simultaneity to my operation of a communication device. They do so while directed light spreads across not only the surfaces, but they're touching me as well. 8SWL728. This is entirely demonic activity while they're engaging in that, okay? It is currently 9:49 a.m., and this is federal stalking as they are crossing paths using their vehicles. The state is aiming and molesting with directed light. They act in concert in that regard, and understand in that way also. License 7JJM676, I believe, substantially similar, using that sound of that exhaust as audible activity. That's the same thing that Brightview is doing. And understand Brightview is molesting me as well. The people are repeatedly molesting, okay? Engaging in that terrorism with directed light. These are all demons that are just engaging in monitoring and entirely demented. FedEx engaging in P.O.C. right now. While directed light appears all over the walls, 6PTG656 is behind me, all right, under the fake sun. That's exactly what the Upland Fire Department did. Does it on the asphalt, all right? While this vehicle is behind me, directed light is appearing above my head on the wall, which is covered by trees and in the shade. The state's fake sun is behind this building. You're seeing it at the same location because that's where I'm sitting, where the Ontario Fire Department was. It's behind the building. Where I'm sitting in this little courtyard area in front of the building, it's covered in shade, and the state is aiming directed light all around, all right, while these demons are patrolling around, monitoring on the venue of the internet. 8SWL728. Monitoring with knowledge of what I'm doing. So to understand, demons are hostile as you document. This is the psychopath, okay? And you have what is ongoing touching as well. So this is sexually violent terrorism, while they are engaging in federal stalking. And these are demons in this demonic environment, engaging in this terrorism and federal stalking with minor children as well. 7WZU556. As you create audible activity intentionally in this environment that's being deliberately maintained, you are also touching. While you are helping the sex offender monitor, you are a sex offender, okay? That's P.O.C. It's 9:50 a.m. All right, it is 10:01 a.m. Want to make sure I document. That's Brightview creating light activity in the ongoing environment while the state has been molesting my body with direct impossible light activity. And I captured video so you can see where I was sitting, and that same exact directed light that I have substantial documentation of, that you even saw this morning, laying on the asphalt, moving beside the fire truck as it is engaging in crossing a path under using that state vehicle to engage in federal stalking under the fake sun, which remained over that building, by the way, as I sat there. And the demons that are the people of the state have engaged in patrolling with ongoing knowledge of what I'm doing on the internet. That's the demonic behavioral pattern. They are stalking with activity as they cross path in the environment and molest as one entity repeatedly with directed light in concert with the state that is also stalking via airplanes. You hear sirens, all right? I document that. You're talking about the state's crossing path using the state vehicle of a fire department truck. Also, the fire department have engaged in what is kidnapping, all right? Acting in concert with law enforcement. That's what the city of Ontario engaged in. It represents the same direct threat. That's the state. All right. And while you are creating audible activity with the sex offender that's touching my body without consent and stalking, representing the government, you are the equal sex offender. You're engaging in that sexually violent conduct together as federal stalking is the ongoing criminal purpose. I want to make sure I get all of these license plates. 5WSB861. I think I read these already. So let me get, I think I read that one too. Read that one, read that one, read that one. Yeah, I read that one. 6PTG656. This is a demon just waiting in the path. The one HOTLZ you see in the video. This is supposedly a Vietnam veteran. Let me be clear. You get no honor for that. They're engaging in what is a demonic act of terrorism against an American citizen. License plate 1HOTLZ. Let me be clear. There is no exception. All right? And that is the reality of what this one claiming to be a veteran is engaging in. It's despicable and it's disgusting. That is an abomination to being an American citizen. Get out of here with that license plate. 8JGG814. They're monitoring and doing so in concert with the government. 5AMY840, 5JBE906, 7WZU556, 7KCS290, BX207, handicap. Group stalking sitting in the parking lot of the fire department. Understand, while that Brightview is providing that audible activity and the fake sun is remaining over my head, 8GJJ814 is stalking in the parking lot, okay? 6KGM845. And I want to give you the license plates of Brightview. City of Upland, vehicle number 901, license plate 1568493. MyJack Alarm. MyJack is spelled M-I-J-A-C. MyJack Alarm parked at the Upland City Hall. License plate 41892B1. And Brightview, vehicle number 1021318. California license 0081686. The license plate 76437V1. It is 10:04 a.m. All right, I did capture video, and as I remain at that little courtyard area sitting in the shade, and I'm documenting what is the ongoing sexual molestation of my body with directed light, that which is unnaturally occurring, that which is acting in concert with the crossing of path by the people. I'm going to show you also the magnified size of my shadow. I have double shadows, and it's magnified in size. This is the state's directed light. I am standing in front of the Upland City Hall, okay? A state facilitating venue. It's 10:07 a.m. Okay, needed to show that ongoing presence of that abnormal environment in front of what is state facilitating venue, the Upland City Hall, where federal stalking is underway at 460 North Euclid Avenue at the Upland Fire Station. As I capture video of the fire department itself engaging in the pattern of conduct, you're witnessing terrorism by the state that is acting directly. While the fake sun is behind me and I have double shadows in front of me, and you're also looking at what is magnified light. That is why my shadow is exceptionally large in size. Okay, this is the environment that is maintained as the people who are demon possessed, okay, are engaging in federal stalking. This demonic activity that I'm revealing, it is centered on the use of technology. All right, this monitoring that the government is engaging in, it's a satanic system, and the people are engaging in what is the outward demonstration of demon possession as they are maintained intentionally inside of a demonic environment. All right, license plate P591VO in front of State Facilitating Venue 460 North Euclid Avenue, in alignment with the entrance doors of the Upland City Hall and the Upland Public Library, okay? This is called deliberate positioning. Parking in front of that on the inside of the area, actually the courtyard area of the State Facilitating Venue in between the library and the City Hall. That's deliberate positioning. You're in the same environment, and I'm just documenting that license plate. Parking right in front of the entrance doors in alignment with the library entrance, by the way. That this is deliberate, and this is just the ability to identify every malicious act, because they're demons. And so I'm showing you how you're going to slice through what is the outward veneer that demonic activity is relishing, thriving under, right? And that is how you are recognizing what is the psychopath, because that's what they are. It's 10:10 a.m. right, I am taking pictures of what is the presence of directed light inside of the venue of the library. And as you pay attention to the videos and the images that I'm taking, the state is, like I explained, is cycling light inside of the venue all day long. And if you can even look at the trajectory of the light, it's aiming it to what is right now behind the staircase. Later in the afternoon, it is remaining at that same location. I just captured the state's fake sun nowhere over the public library whatsoever. It's over me, over that carport as I'm in the parking lot, while I have double shadows in front of me, by the way, speaking to directed light. So what am I revealing? I'm revealing what is the placement of directed light inside of the venue, and I'm also showing how it is placed inside of the venue in every direction. While it is along the wall where the state aims its fake sun on the first level where the computers are, the state is aiming right now in the morning time. This is the same exact conduct it is doing in the afternoon in the opposite direction. So right now on the first level, the trajectory of that light is aiming toward, I would say this was aiming facing the emergency exits. It is aiming toward, I'm sorry, with your back to the emergency exits as you're facing what is the inside, facing the computers, the light is aiming toward the left. In the afternoon, the same placement of light, the state just changes the direction. And as I captured, as I exited the private space, which is the bathroom where the group stalkers entered inside of that restroom to create audible activity, the state was aiming this same directed light in the opposite direction, which was to the right, to the depths inside where the group stalker is sitting at the partition that is beside the book stacks, beside the Brody room. The state is aiming light in the opposite direction, reaching inside of the depths of the room, okay? This is absolutely impossible light, and I'm just showing you this is the nuances of light activity that you're paying attention to, and it's very obvious when you look at what is absolutely not sunlight, and I just captured the absence of the sun even over near the building. It's over me at the carport, while I have what are double shadows in front of me, and the state maintaining what is light inside of the venue. That's what that is. And also, you're looking at what is the maintenance of what is clearly not sunlight for the duration of the day, and while the state is keeping its fake sun over the library building itself all day long, okay? And this is what I'm showing when I'm exiting and driving south on Euclid Avenue, where the state is keeping its directed light. So what you saw this morning with the Upland Fire Station, while they are crossing path under the fake sun and directed light is beside that vehicle, which is a state vehicle, the state's fake sun is directly above me. In the evening at 6 p.m., what is the state doing? It is keeping light in the same location and feigning a sun setting while you were still looking at the light source. So what did I already show you? I already showed you that the state was covering the buildings of the fire station, the same parking lot, with directed light. While in the morning, the fake sun is directly over and directed light is covering. In the evening, the fake sun is still in alignment with the same location and is covering the same parking lot with directed light. All right, that's what you're looking at. That's what you are paying attention to. It's the placement of directed light with the state's fake sun. This is stalking with light. In concert with the people that are stalking as a group. All right, you are talking about a demonic environment. You also are paying attention to what is the placement of that directed light in every direction inside of the venue itself, and that's what I am taking images of, literally going in every direction. So I have captured, in other words, the state is right now aiming light to the left, and in the afternoon aiming it into the depths to the opposite direction, where the state is keeping its fake sun on the same exact over the same exact building for the duration of the day. This is, in other words, impossible light activity, absolutely implausible conduct with that which is not the sun, all right? And you are looking at obsessive stalking. This is the personification of the psychopath, the sex offender, the one that is engaging in stalking. And you're seeing it as it is in the location where I'm at. That's a facilitating venue where federal stalking, that is terrorism, while federal stalking amongst the demon-possessed is ceaselessly underway. And they are taking that demented activity inside of the restroom, all right? And then engaging in the malicious conduct of demons, because that's what I'm documenting, all right? And demons are hostile to documentation and seeking to engage in malicious conduct. That's what I documented at Starbucks. That's what I documented at Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library. They will be severely prosecuted for that. That is intensifying their prosecution, okay? And that is the demonic behavior pattern. That's exactly how demons conduct themselves. These are psychopaths. That's how a psychopath conducts itself, okay? It's 10:18 a.m. That's P.O.C. at Upland Public Library. So I don't know what you mean by lower my voice, and I'm in the study room, so.
I know, but just make sure you aren't disturbing people around you, okay?
Yeah, I'm not disturbing anyone. I'm sitting in the study room, and the same volume is what I'm maintaining inside of the room by myself. So I don't even know how she can hear me.
Okay, well, just try for me, okay?
There's nothing for me to try. I'm doing the same thing I was doing before.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys are very loud in this library, though, since you're bringing it up. You guys do a lot of crashing and booming and slamming doors, which I find uncharacteristic of a library. So I find it ironic that you're telling me to keep my voice down when I'm talking at this level inside of a closed room. Study room number 2.
Keep it lower, okay?
I don't know how to keep it in. You want me to whisper?
Please.
But you're talking loud right now at your volume, right? Okay, that's P.O.C. Anyway, it's 11:40 a.m. You heard the volume of her voice. And this is why I'm in here in the study room number 2, and the African-American female who's in study room number 3, who is engaging in federal stalking and amplification, which is the hallmark. And this is, first of all, incriminating of themselves, because this is amplification, while the third-party group stalkers in study room number 1 are engaging in the ongoing creation of audible activity, and doing so with what's the form that she's working with them with some sort of speech impotency, and it's engaging in the creation of audible activity, which is amplified. I can hear everything inside of the room. You have what is the documentation that I already captured of the African-American female who was in study room number 2 while I was in study room number 1. That's amplification. While she is zipping up her bag, pushing in the chair, and all of this is loud activity in the room. That's not the ordinary acoustics inside of the study room, inside of the venue. That's called P.O.C. That's the amplification, and that is the hallmark of the state's pattern of conduct, while the state is aiming light. And so you have what is the African-American room number 3, while she is engaging in monitoring me, and while these demons engage in the ongoing noise creation inside of the venue. So this is the context I want to give you. They engage in hitting objects, slamming doors, just like you hear, using everything to create noise. And while I am in here inside of the closed study room, you have what is this female that is monitoring, a demon-possessed stalker who is monitoring, comes and approaches, walks to the side of these, because these study rooms are glass doors. Or glass walls or whatever. And she says, can you keep it down while I'm in here singing a song to myself at a very low volume? So what you're hearing me speak to the librarian is the same volume that I'm maintaining in the study room. So she is telling me to talk lower than the volume that she is speaking to me in. She's talking. All right. So this is the absence of any valid point. And then aside from that, what you're talking about the context, these are demons that are monitoring, okay, in an amplified environment, in directed light, under the state's light source, monitoring on the venue of the internet. This is documentation of what is harassment, while psychopaths engage in the P.O.C. And this is the impossible audible activity of hearing everything that's engaged in a room that's adjacent to you. This is with regard to what is the amplification, which is a hallmark. And so she walks up to the glass and says, can you keep it down while I am in here using the Chromebook? And she is stalking in the path that's relevant positioning. And when I'm speaking right now, everything that is ongoing is a matter of public information, including inside the bathroom. So that's the pattern of conduct. I just want to be clear as to what was her, while she's monitoring, and I guess she doesn't want to hear me humming to myself, which I don't care. They're stalkers. And so I'm going to hum to myself. But regardless of that, you hear me talking to the librarian, that's the volume that I'm maintaining inside of the study room. And so while she is talking at the same volume and telling me to try to maintain a quieter level, you want me to whisper to my, I don't even know what it is that she's trying to establish while they're engaging in harassment together. That's my point. She's talking and I'm talking back to her. And I'm in the closed room and she is at the door while she knocks at the door because this African-American female goes and summons her. This is all activity creation, by the way, and the form is harassment. All right. Can you lower your voice while they're monitoring its activity creation? She paces in and out by going to get the librarian. The librarian comes to the door. Her form is, can you keep your voice down? Well, my voice is already down. Her voice is down at the same volume. So that means while she's telling me that, she's also disturbing this African-American female who is monitoring in concert. They're monitoring together. Okay, this is the reality of what they're doing. All of this is activity creation. Okay, this is the malice with which psychopaths, that is the demon-possessed, engage in federal stalking. The P.O.C. does not stop, and that is breaking down the malice of the demons that surround. They are obsessed stalkers, and I want to go ahead and get images of those that are in relevant position, what they are doing, which is formed for the same federal stalking, while he is what is some speech impediment as is formed for engaging in repetitious speech, which is audible activity, equally disturbing, by the way. All right, so while they blast music, they slam doors, they slam items on the bookcases, the exact documentation, and they are using what is their amplified and unnatural environment as a form for harassment, which is activity creation. All right, that's P.O.C. This is the pathetic desperation of an entity and federal stalking via the study rooms, okay? And that's facilitation. The library monitoring with those who are in this environment, all right, covered in directed light and engaging in the pattern of conduct, right? Where, in other words, and this is that which is not a mystery at federal prosecution, you cannot hear what is
ordinarily, these are study rooms. They're designed so that you can focus, and you're not going to be like blasting music or anything like that and yelling at the top of your lungs, and none of that is ongoing. When you have them in next to me and she's over here doing supposed speech therapy, everything that is being said between them, that's why I know it's the form is speech impediment, some speech impediment, because he is reciting things over and over again, and it's loudly heard inside of the room, which is not the ordinary acoustics inside of the venue. That's the state's P.O.C, and that is what they are using to monitor. Okay, and that's why she's able to hear it. So she is not only incriminating the entity, this is amplification, because study rooms are not such that you can hear whispering and zipping up bags while they're right next to you. Okay, that inside of the study rooms, you have what is the pattern of conduct underway, and I just want to document what is an effort to harass. And she has in addition to that, while she's listening, the reality is that her weave is toe up, and she's a pathetic demon-possessed stalker. You can listen to that while she engages in harassment, while she is the one that's engaging in federal stalking. Her and her weave need help, which she heard me whisper to myself because she's monitoring and she's a psychopath. It's 11:46 a.m. That's P.O.C. Police department were noted about what? Noise in a study room?
You're singing too loud.
Was I singing right now?
I'm sorry?
Was I singing when you walked in?
We got a phone call.
Was I singing when you walked in?
No, ma'am, you weren't.
Okay.
I'm not going to argue with
So
you.
you ain't got no argument. You just made up information and you're threatening me with the police and you don't have any grounds to do so. And you're refusing to give me your name? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Okay, that's P.O.C. All right, I just want to document that. That is the audible activity, first of all. Monitoring is ongoing, and I'm taking pictures of them crossing path in directed light. And then you have what is the use of harassment and the threat of summoning upland police who are already in relevant position monitoring, okay? And the entirety of the environment is present. This is hostility to documentation that they are monitoring. So as I'm taking images of what are the group stalkers in relevant position, and they're all in directed light, and then you have what is the threat of summoning the police for singing, and I'm not even singing in the room. Wasn't even singing. And what is she referencing? We're getting calls. Who is calling? There's no phones in here. And not only that, I'm not singing anymore. So I just want to be clear. These are the same demons who are engaging in federal stalking. This is how they engage in that conduct. And this is, let me be clear, this is satanic fear of what I am publishing on the internet about their criminal system. And I'm going to prosecute up in public library. This is not only federal stalking and terrorism. And they know that I just documented their circular logic. They don't make any sense when you come in and she's raising her voice. So that means she is the one that's creating the disturbance, not me. I was absolutely silent as they enter in, have not been singing. All right. And let me also be clear, singing to myself is not creating a disturbance. This is amplification, and this is the creation of a narrative by group stalkers. This is the same thing that the sex offenders do, all right, while they are engaging in the P.O.C. So I want to document that. That's 12:11 p.m., the same exact P.O.C., and this is the threat of bringing in law enforcement who was already stalking in relevant position. This is images, and I'm capturing images at 12:10 p.m. of them crossing path in directed light. This is Upland Public Library refusing to give me her name. I'm not going to tell you my name. She's wearing a name badge, by the way. This is the overweight group stalker with the shoulder-length brunette hair who was using her speakerphone, crossing path, engaging in federal stalking that I documented yesterday afternoon while she's monitoring, while I'm using the Chromebook, and she walks into the room that is next to the study room, which is the creation of audible activity. I'm sorry, that wasn't yesterday. That was the day before yesterday, which would have been the 29th. And so she's the same one that comes in, and she's supposed to be more authoritative. She's raising her voice. She is threatening law enforcement and having no grounds to do so, because first of all, singing to myself inside of a study room is not creating a disturbance. This is amplification, which they are using, which is incriminating themselves, first of all. But you have what is the ability to hear zippers being, their backpacks zipping and opening their backpacks. Third parties are playing music in the study rooms. That's what they were doing yesterday. Nobody's threatening to call the police on them. She is referencing just in the abstract, people are calling. Who are these people that are calling? And you're threatening police upon singing. That's the allegation, which is not a disturbance. Okay, so the same African-American female, that is and understand this is the entity, but I'm specifically documenting those who are engaging in the direct act, the African-American female, the white female with the white male, they're all in directed light and creating audible activity. Harassment is their form, and threatening the demon-possessed Upland Police Department as their threat while the federal stalking is underway. This is harassment by demons, okay? And I just want to be clear, threatening to call the police upon singing, all right?
All right, I just want to make sure I'm clear about that. That's P.O.C, and this is going to the prosecution of the entity, specifically the Upland Public Library, a state facilitating venue. That's P.O.C. It's 12:13 p.m. Hi.
I'm Yuri Hurtado. I'm the library director here.
Who?
Yuri Hurtado. I'm the
Oh,
library
Yuri.
director.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm in charge here. So you caused a disturbance, which is one thing. We asked you to settle down respectfully.
I was
You didn't do it.
I was
So I'm gonna
accused
need
of creating a
to
disturbance.
ask you to leave. You can try again tomorrow.
How did I create a disturbance?
The police are on the way.
How did I
I'm
create a
giving you
disturbance, though?
chance to leave the library
Tell me
now.
how I created a disturbance. You're just coming and creating a narrative. Tell me how I created a disturbance.
I'm not going to have this discussion with you.
There's no discussion. You're
loud.
making up allegations.
There were complaints about your behavior.
By
We
whom?
asked you respond respectfully and responsibly to leave.
And I did.
I am letting you know
I did.
right now.
And I had a
that
calm
we
conversation
called-
with the other one. She comes in yelling. All
that
right.
we
The other
called-
one spoke with me at the door.
We're not talking about her. We're talking about you.
Yeah,
We're
you're
about
talking.
her behavior,
Go
we're
ahead
talking
and finish,
about
and then
your
I'm going to tell you the
behavior.
facts. Go ahead.
And we're done with this conversation.
There's
I am
not.
politely letting you know that the
No,
police
that's
are
very
on the
disrespectful.
way
Just because you're not
to
yelling
have
doesn't make
you
it polite.
removed. So it's your choice to leave before they come.
So,
And you can try the library again tomorrow.
okay, so this is the thing.
Otherwise,
Go ahead.
they will ask you to leave and they'll remove you.
Okay.
So this is your chance.
So this is the thing.
Conversation is finished.
No, it's not. You make an allegation and it's unsubstantiated, and you are a criminal. I'm going to prosecute you. I'm going to prosecute you. That's P.O.C. All right, so you have the unwillingness to address the facts. I documented the conversation with the librarian, and we are both having a calm conversation, and I'm asking her, what is it that you want me to do, while she's alleging that I'm creating a disturbance. And I sit in the room, and they enter when there is no singing ongoing, and they are literally just echoing the same allegation. This is the PAC conduct, all right? So you have what are third parties that just pack on the same allegation. It's a fabrication, and they all just substantiate it by virtue of the numbers, all right? And then you have what is the disdain for listening to the facts as they are, because we had a conversation and I'm remaining in the study room, and there is no ongoing disturbance. So you're literally just entering in and making up that information and threatening the police in addition to that. And so then that one leaves, and they're returning again and stating that the disturbance is continuing, and I remain sitting in the study room on the Chromebook. So I want to be clear what this is about. This is about documentation, and they are very fearful of me using the computers and publishing the documentation from July 27th, 2020, which is what I've documented the playlist from today, which is October 1st, 2021, while they are monitoring on the venue of the internet and engaging in an ongoing threat of criminal summoning by the Upland Police and having no grounds to do so. And you hear me trying to talk while she's speaking what are unfounded fabrications. You're saying you're creating a disturbance. So what disturbance? I'm not going to have this conversation with you. What conversation? You're spouting out allegations and then just over talking and saying we're going to call the police. You're creating a disturbance. We're going to call the police. And I'm asking what disturbance, because you just walked in and there was not a word being uttered, and there is no singing going on either. All right. And not only that, the original allegation is an exaggeration. There was no disturbance. They are monitoring, knowing everything that's ongoing. So while they're listening to me hum to myself in the room, can you keep it down, please? And there is no disturbance level. All right. You're talking about the creation of a narrative. And this is great documentation of how demons operate. And this is born of fear. Understand? That's what this is born of. And I also want to be clear that ongoing repeat of threatening of summoning the police. So I'm going to go ahead and let them do that. It's 12:18 p.m. This is P.O.C. This is criminal summoning by Upland Public Library upon federal stalking. And you have what are the demon possessed, maintaining the criminal elements of monitoring, and their form is harassment. And doing so, the threat to engage in criminal summoning is a federal charge, and engaging in criminal summoning is a federal charge. And understand, while they're doing so, they're pacing back and forth in directed light. They're creating ongoing audible activity and engaging in referencing the state and having no grounds to do so. Okay, this is the reality. That's 12:19 p.m. and that's P.O.C. This is pacing in and out of the study room by another third party, entering inside of study room number 1. He's pacing in directed light. This is monitoring ongoing. It's currently 12:22 p.m. And this is as quiet as it was when they walked in stating, "You're engaging in disturbance." And I documented the conversation between me and the librarian, and that was the end of that. That was it. So I'm gonna go ahead and document because I'm going to prosecute them. So we're gonna go ahead and document P.O.C. Study room number 1, occupied by another third-party group stalker. This is a male in a dark gray t-shirt. He's pacing in and out. His form is getting his belongings. He's walking back and forth in the directed light. And let me tell you what else this is born from as well, especially as I document their demonic activity, directed light in the venue while they slam doors and they bang, they make all kind of loud crashing, booming noises. And as I'm documenting, first of all, that's terrorism inside of the venue. And so you have what is the absence of any valid point, right? While you make up a lie, while I'm documenting the reality of what you're engaging in, and then you have demons that make up a lie, all right, and try to accuse you of the same thing that they're monitoring as you're documenting them. And so this is documentation also, while as I've documented the ongoing, it's terrorism while they stalk with activity and amplified noise making, which is what they do as they slam doors, stalking with all manner of noise in the directed light under the state's fake sun. You have what is also, you're going to pay attention to that. This is trying to flip that same documentation on me where there is no disturbance. You are lying. And that's also why you don't want to listen to the facts. You have, I'm not going to talk about, there's nothing to talk about because they know that they don't have a valid point. So you make a false allegation and then you threaten to call the police and then you run away. That's what they do. This is how demons behave. Okay. This is how demons behave. It's 12:24 p.m. And this is the total, utter absence of any credibility under the fake sun and in directed light in the Brody room, okay? Blue tinted directed light in the middle of the room where they are slamming doors all around. The teen room, directed light remains inside of this venue. This is the pattern of conduct, and these are the demon possessed. All right, and they can engage in criminal summoning of those demon possessed who are already sounding sirens systematically. All right, so you are summoning the entity that you're monitoring with. Right? That's the substance of what they're engaging in. The same pattern of conduct that I documented in the city of Ontario. Okay? This is P.O.C. It's 12:25 p.m. And the baseline, the bottom line is the disdain for publishing documentation that dates back to, well, before 2020, but that's what I'm doing right now. And anything to obstruct that, even engaging in more incriminating conduct with which the entirety of that entity is going to be prosecuted. So that's just jumping on something, anything, and there's literally nothing. So they're creating something to jump on. I'm going to jump on them with a prosecution that they are not prepared for. It's 12:27 p.m. Hello.
Hi, how's it going, ma'am?
Who are you?
Officer Ramos.
What police department are you with?
Upland.
Okay, so what are you doing here, Ramos? What's your badge number?
3296.
3296? Okay,
Yeah.
what can I help you with, Ramos?
I guess your time's up in the study hall.
They call the police to get you out of a study room when your time is up?
Yeah. Well, I guess you've been arguing with them and stuff, so.
No, haven't been arguing. That's not the allegation. Get it right. What is it, Ramos?
I know. I'm not here to argue with you.
No, I'm just saying get the allegation right. Why'd they call the police?
Because they want you out of here.
Yeah, I know. Why?
Because you're arguing with them.
No, that's not why.
Okay, ma'am. I'm not here to talk to you about what's going on.
You don't know why you were
time's
called?
up. It was 20 after, okay?
Yeah, I know.
Asking you to leave.
That's not a reason to call the police, though.
Okay, Jesus Christ, are you really gonna do this right now?
Do what? No, I need to understand why they call the police. You're talking about the study room time is up, but that's not why they call the police,
Okay,
is
they're
it?
asking you to leave.
I know, but why? Why do they call the
Oh
police
my
to
God.
tell?
'Cause they don't
Is
want
that a
you
bad
to.
question?
Because I already told you, you're not listening.
No,
Open
I
your
am.
ears.
No, I am. Don't try to insult me, because you're not giving an answer to your question, Ramos.
Okay. Can you just leave, please?
Yeah, I just want to understand why were you summoned to have me move from a study room inside of the
Because
library?
they don't want any confrontation with you.
Confrontation about what?
See this?
Yeah.
You're just not going along with.
No. This is not what program? You came in the study room and telling me and escorting me. Do you work at the library?
I asked you.
Do you work at the library?
No, I do not.
Okay. So like I said, anyone with a brain is going to ask, well, why are the police coming to the study room? This is audible activity, by the way.
Huh?
This is monitoring by the police. I just want to be
I
clear.
really don't care.
No. You were summoned here, but I'm asking you, why were the police summoned here? You should know why you were summoned here by the
I
library.
literally just told you because you're trespassing and they don't want you.
How am I trespassing?
They don't want you here.
I know, but why? Why me versus him? You don't know why?
No.
Oh, okay. So they summoned the police, threatening to summon the police, and the police are here talking about the study room. That's why you were called?
Yes, ma'am.
About the study room. Because I'm in here past the
Oh
time.
my God.
Do
you want to leave or no?
Okay,
Are you gonna leave?
I shouldn't have to be summoned by the police shouldn't be summoned to remove someone from the study room.
Well, here I am.
Do you guys do that for everybody in the study
Well, I
room?
guess you're disturbing the peace that everyone's trying to
How?
study. And now you're disturbing it even further.
How?
I don't know. I guess you're yelling and being loud in here. I don't know.
This is yelling?
I wasn't here.
This
I
is
wasn't
yelling?
here, lady. I don't know.
Okay. Well, this is not yelling, first of all. Just want to be clear on that.
Leave, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to find out if you knew why, if you guys have your story straight as to why the Upland police were summoned here. Clearly you don't.
Okay, I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay.
Yeah,
So you
correct.
just showed up.
I just showed up and I saw you in here and I just wanted to pick on you. That's why I'm here.
Oh, no. That's not pursuant to the P.O.C. It's based on the pattern of conduct. You already knew I was here. I just want to be clear as far as the narrative why you were summoned here. What is your form for being present in the environment? And you don't have any form. It's 12:30 p.m. This is criminal summoning by the Upland Police Department, who's engaging in federal stalking. And this is also terrorism while they engage in summoning the entity that remains in relevant position, engaging in federal stalking. All right. This is a terrorizing threat as you threaten to summon the entity. All right. And understand the entity is always present. Upland Police Department represent the entity. Engaging in that same terrorism while federal stalking is underway. So summoning the police, I'm getting off the laptop right now. So summoning the police, first of all, this is audible activity with which I am being monitored. Second of all, you have the creation of a false narrative, and then the police officer that is summoned having zero form, because the pattern of conduct is underway. I just want to document that. This is harassment by the entity as they are fearful of the publication of the documentation. That's the bottom line. And that's why you have what is, while I'm talking, there is no yelling, all right? And singing, humming to myself at an even lower volume is not creating a disturbance, all right? And then patrolling in and out of the room after one has already stated, can you not sing? And then stating that you're still continuing a disturbance when there was never an original disturbance. Talking at this level and talking even lower, like the conversation between the librarian, is not creating a disturbance, which I made that point to her face while she asked me to try to stop being to try to keep my volume down when I'm talking at that same volume inside of the room. All right, so how do you even know what's going on, in other words, inside of the room, right? That's P.O.C. And I want to be clear, it's 12:32 p.m. And this is Officer Ramos that's just loitering in relevant position, and this is the form for the visible. I have to get off their laptop.
Okay,
I'm getting off.
can you just close it then?
Well, I'm getting off. I'm closing down my programs.
Okay.
That's audible activity. Anyway, I'm sorry?
Can we expedite it?
Can we expedite it?
Yes,
You know what? I wouldn't have a problem if you could give an intelligent. Of course you don't. Neither do they.
Come on.
Neither do they. They made up an allegation for you to be here, Ramos. So you can act like, oh my gosh, I have better things to do. I'm not even interested. You're lying. This is federal stalking. This is federal stalking. And that, guess what? Saying I don't care is audible activity under the fake sun in directed light. He can act as disinterested as he wants to. He doesn't have any form. He represents the state, and he doesn't even have form for being present.
Can you please hurry up?
That's P.O.C. That's P.O.C. It is currently 12:33 p.m. That is Upland Police. I just took images of in directed light inside of the Upland Public Library. And that is the summoning of the police in order to exit a study room inside of the library upon false allegations of disturbing people in the library. All right, and then after they make that false allegation, then they just return and say that I'm still doing that, which I was never doing in the first place, and then they call the police. It's 12:33 p.m., that's P.O.C. Who was it that called you? Do you know? Ramos?
It's public record. You can go look it up.
It's public record. I have to go look it up?
Yeah.
Okay. It's 11:32 a.m. All right, it is 12:36 p.m. I did capture video, so you're looking at what is directed light and the state's light source directly over the venue, while Ramos engaging in a criminal summoning by the Upland Police Department. By the Upland Public Library, summoning the police department that remain in relevant position, engaging in federal stalking, and this is harassment by the minions that I'm documenting. That's not the exit. I'm going out the exit, Ramos. This is Ramos creating audible activity while he's acting disinterested under the fake sun and in directed light, monitoring with the Upland Public Library. I did capture him on video. That is P.O.C. He can act as disinterested as he wants, like, oh, I'm just here, and he doesn't even know. But yet it was important enough to summon the police while they are engaging in a false allegation. That's literally what minions do, and that is the entire false premise of what federal stalking by the demon possessed is. Thinking that because more than one minion says it, that it's going to, well, as far as the creation of some sort of false allegation in order to summon the police, but even that false allegation of singing is not warranting summoning the police. And you literally have what is a conversation with the librarian that I documented, and then you just have them returning over and over again and alleging that which is not ongoing. Okay, so I had the conversation, another one returns, she's repeating the allegation, starts yelling when there was no singing going on. I was sitting in there being quiet. So after you give your stern warning, apparently, they return again saying you're still creating a disturbance when there is nothing going on in the study room. All right, and then saying that we're going to call the police now. That's literally what happened. So I want to go ahead and document, first of all, 5JBE 906, 7WZU 556, 5SVK 837. And again, it's 12:38 p.m. Monitoring with the Upland Police vehicle number 208, license 1541460. Monitoring with the Upland Police 7BVR 674. Understand the entity in its entirety is engaging in criminal summoning. They are all hostile to documentation. That video of the state's fake sun with the fire department and directed light streaming all across, that's very infuriating as I document that and reveal what is demonic possession. Okay? Deputy or Officer Ramos is engaging in the pattern of conduct and harassment with the entity. All right, it is 12:40 p.m. and I did capture video of what is the absence of the fake sun over the Upland Public Library seconds ago while Officer Ramos, that's how he's identifying himself, I did capture him on video, is in the library with me pursuant to criminal summoning by the Upland Public Library, and I captured the state's fake sun, the directed light covering the grounds, 6HBV483. The state's fake sun clearly seen through as I'm holding my phone up while I'm inside of the venue of the Upland Public Library, and I walk out to the parking lot in order to capture video of this same Upland police officer in that vehicle representing the state in the parking lot where the state's fake sun was directly over me this morning, 4TUG 821, and the state's fake sun is no longer over the Upland Public Library, okay? Capturing it clearlly over me in the carport is not the same as being over my head while I'm inside of the central area of the library where I'm clearly capturing and you're seeing directed light. Metrolink engaging in P.O.C, 1RQL718, 6NCH415. And that is the immediacy of that stalking with light conduct while they are engaging in false allegations because they are hostile to documentation. Directed light covering and heavily documented inside of the Upland Public Library, which is a terrorizing threat, in addition to their fabrication, false allegations, and then the threat of criminal summoning and the actual act of criminal summoning while they are demons that are engaging in federal stalking together, 6YXP342, while what is directed light remains on the asphalt, just like you saw with the Upland Fire Department. That's what's ongoing around this vehicle while it is under the fake sun that is no longer, again, over the center area of the Upland Public Library. That's called impossible. All right. And while I'm inside, remember, I'm capturing it over me in the parking lot, whereas when I remain inside of that library, it's directly over that building and remains there. Remember that. OK, and that's just the Upland Public Library. It's not even supposed to be leaving the entrance area of what is the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library. Yet another venue engaging in criminal summoning as those demons are hostile to documentation. License 227UD, the same group stalker using that ignition as audible activity under the fake sun, where I stood facing Molly Super this morning, engaging and monitoring with the Upland Police Department right now. They're all engaging in terrorism. OK, 8UGA796, 6FCE529, 6WIX594, 6CKJ568. I already documented that. I think I already got 6BJX009, 5WSB861, 7KKY233, 8VHB393. All right, this is not in any way stopping the show. I just want to be clear and point out to you what is the desperation of what are demons as I publish and reveal their very shameful and very wicked conduct of federal stalking and the secret that is demon possession. Understand the Upland Police Department, as you can see on my documentation that I published today on YouTube, and is also to go onto my website. You have what is the presence of the state's light source, and I'm showing you what is that contrast with what the Ontario Police Department were doing at the same time, 6VBS267 at 8:37 in the morning in the city of Ontario while they're stalking while I'm at the Ontario Museum of History and Art, where the state's fake sun is remaining over that venue and is nowhere possibly coexisting with being over Molly Super at First Avenue and D Street. You have what is the Upland Police Department group stalking at the 7-Eleven at 204 North Euclid Avenue at 8:24 a.m., whereas the state's fake sun is engaging and remaining in the city of Ontario over me at the museum. So you are understanding the context and the criminal intent, the terrorism that they're engaging in while they're stalking under that light source and directed light, which is not sunlight. It's the mark of demon possession, 5ZUE020, 4K24357, while they are engaging in federal stalking with light together. All right, so as I document, understand everything that I am publishing, they are monitoring it step by step. And this is where you are coming up with what are those acts of desperation by demons, all right, who are very fearful on the one hand, but you're going to understand what these demons are going to learn is that they are going to suffer those federal repercussions because of what they have been engaging in for years. And engaging in such conduct, understand, is the pattern. That is a pattern. And that is speaking to the necessity of legislation, all right, policy. And they are not going to escape that aspect of it at all. Not even a little bit. That is the pattern of conduct, and that's what I've been revealing, okay? So as far as the state's pattern of conduct, you're speaking to what is revealing hostility to documentation, and you're looking at what is the ongoing documentation of that pattern of conduct. Documentation does not stop. You're looking at more and more desperation by that entity, and engaging in criminal summoning. That is an act of desperation. You have it is also an act of attempting to threaten the livelihood, the well-being, the liberty of the targeted individual. Okay, it's a direct threat. And so it's something that they engage in with the intent to strike fear. I'm documenting the entirety of that entity. They are all demon-possessed. They're all monitoring together, and they're all very fearful of the documentation as I publish it. That's the reality of it, okay? License 7KXU316, and I'm gonna go ahead and get license plates, P.O.C. It's 12:46 p.m. State's Fake Sun no longer remaining over the Upland Public Library. Omnitrans crossing path at 12:47 p.m. going north on Euclid Avenue. I want to document that, what Omnitrans does at the moments that it does it. All right, it is engaging in the pattern of conduct. I want to document that. They're crossing paths. First of all, they're monitoring, but they engage in deviation from their time routes, from their from their time schedules and their routes in order to engage in P.O.C. All right, all of the entity is together engaging in an act of obstruction of justice. It's not going to work. I'm going to prosecute and create policies so that you understand how you are going to nail demons who are engaging in psychopath conduct and are deliberately and desperately engaging in acts trying to obstruct justice. That's inherent to demonic activity, okay? 5 PFE 886. And Omnitrans crossing path at 12:48, 6 YYB 613. Okay, and understand while I'm walking on the street and they're anticipating, oh, she might go to a bus stop. And this is the mindset behind demons that are crossing path using a bus line as POC, 6XHD216, and they cross path. All right, license 7BXW751, and contrasting that, the absence of any bus arriving at all under the same circumstances. In anticipation that I might go to a bus stop, and Omnitrans has routinely engaged in just not arriving at all. Okay, that's the entity engaging in harassment and targeting conduct while federal stalking is underway. 17470K2 7V90887. I can't really see that one. 5XPY326 7PXW083 7FBK926 8595782 7RZK832 6TDE012. It's 12:49 p.m. And the State's Fake Sun is no longer over the Upland Public Library. I'm going to show you where it is. It's right over me while I stand outside at the intersection of Arrow and Euclid Avenue. Okay, and this is in direct contrast to what I'm documenting while I remain inside of that venue. You're looking at the directed light that spreads all across inside of that venue, remaining all day long. And the state is stating, and by necessity, while the fake sun is over, that's sunlight that's remaining inside of the venue, stretching in both directions into the depths of that library, while the fake sun is literally moving around over my head as I show you on camera where the state's fake sun is as you're looking upward inside of the venue. The state's fake sun is not possible. The actual sun, if that were the sun, which it's not, it's over me right now at Arrow and Euclid, which I'm going to show you in video. But when I'm remaining inside of the venue, you're clearly seeing the state's light source over the library. All right, in addition to what you are looking at, which is remaining over the library for the duration of the day, contrary to what the state does in the evening, where the state's keeping its fake sun over, not only over the venue, but then it's not even realistic, but this is what the state does, moves to the opposite side of the street, meaning keeps in alignment with me, aims directed light on the same parking lot area of the state facilitating venue, the Upland City Hall, the Upland Library, and the Upland Fire Station. And then you have what is the state's fake sun is still visible as I exit, keeping in alignment with me. Contrary to that, the state's fake sun has moved north up Euclid Avenue to be over my head at Arrow and Euclid right now at 12:50 p.m. All right, this is the complete deviation from the pattern of conduct based on where I am. Ongoing evidence against the Upland Police Department, who just responded to what was an act of criminal summoning, which is providing both the police form for presence, visible presence, because they're always stalking in the path. This is demonic activity. Okay, they're engaging federal stalking together, but this is upon false allegations by demons who are monitoring. All right, and creating up false allegations. All right, and doing so with the purpose of obstruction of justice. This is demonic activity. While federal stalking is underway, fake sun nowhere possibly over the library, and this is in conflict with everything that I've been continuously documenting. The state's fake sun clearly remains over the library after 3 p.m. Remember, 3:53 p.m. After 4 p.m., the state's fake sun, I'm capturing video of it remaining. It's nowhere being in alignment with the windows along D Street. It is over here on the opposite side, no longer possibly captured inside of that venue above the ceiling, inside of that venue, contrary to what I just captured while I'm inside of it. I'm inside of it and I'm capturing video of it over my head. I'm outside, it's over the parking lot, and right now it's over me at Arrow and Euclid Avenue at 12:51 p.m. All right? There is no question about what the Upland Police Department we're engaged in right now. These are demons that are exceedingly hostile and very fearful. That's the reality of what I'm publishing, and they are not escaping prosecution. I'm going to intensify it. That policy shall be severely intense because of the reality of what you are dealing with, and I'm showing you what you're dealing with. These are psychopaths. They are very violent sex offenders. They're kidnappers, and they are engaging in a desperate act to continue an entirely demented system that is no longer a secret. All right, but now you are talking about just trying in any way that they can, which is making up information upon amplified audible activity. All right, so you're talking about which that activity really is amplified. They are listening to everything, including inside of the bathroom, and then they are engaging in what is the creation of a false allegation, because the reality is sitting inside of the study room and humming to myself is not a disturbance to anyone. All right. But the reason why they really can hear what I am doing inside of the room is because of amplification, which is incriminating to themselves in that environment. But second of all, you have what is the absence of any form where the pattern of conduct is underway. I'm just breaking down what demons are engaging in, but there is no form. But I want to let you know these demons are so desperate. They're creating it, making it up. And let me tell you why they run away from listening to my side, because these demons cannot argue me down. And I'm not intending to argue, but I'm letting you know they don't want to deal with the facts. All right. So the reality is that there was no disturbance. And second of all, there was no, asking a question is not being difficult. I'm asking you, well, hold on. When you're falsely accusing someone, if you have a brain, you're going to ask, well, what are you talking about? What am I doing? And that's exactly what I'm doing. And it was a very calm and very low level volume. And that was my point. So what is creating disturbance about this conversation right now? So that means I can't talk. You want me to whisper? Because this is being disturbing then, if that's the case. And that was the end of that conversation. They continue to come to the study room and make up an allegation based on what is not even happening. It's not happening. All right. And then they return and ultimately say they're returning a threat. They're returning and making the threat again, saying we're going to call the police if you don't stop. And then they return again. Again, nothing is happening. I'm using the computer. That's it. Because you're not stopping, we're going to call the police. You can try again tomorrow. Okay. This is the creation of a situation that doesn't really exist with regard to my creating a disturbance. And this is also demons understand the bigger picture, hostile, because I'm revealing their acts of terrorism while they maintain a loud, noisy environment inside of that library, because there are demons that are stalking with noise in directed light under the fake sun. Engaging in criminal facilitation, the Upland Police Department and Fire Department and AMR ambulance are monitoring in addition to the people. But the same state that they engage in summoning right now, remain around the library while those demons are stalking with noise inside. They're monitoring. All right. So you have what is the absolute psychopath who doesn't have any form. But I want to break down what the psychopath is doing. That's what the psychopath just did right now. And I'm going to prosecute. It's not avoiding documentation, publishing documentation, the creation of that policy such that any other ordinary targeted individual can enforce their rights as well. And also what is going to be the intensification of that prosecution, naming actors such as the Upland Public Library. They are the most hypocritical and disgusting of such actors. You have what is 7NMC154. You have what is the absolute, they're petrified. That's the reality. Let me be clear. Satan is petrified of what I am documenting. And it is the absence of any formidable adversary, okay? Nothing to fear. This is fear that I'm dealing with, and it's fear I'm going to handle it, because not only do they have grounds to be fearful, they have grounds to understand and expect every ounce of that prosecution that they're not avoiding. 70924C3. Okay, they're just hoping, and understand there is no hope for Satan, but understand they engage in this conduct just hoping and just thinking, just engaging in ongoing conspiratorial aspect, just like what I'm capturing now, just wishing that it stops something. That's what they're, just desperation. That's what I'm capturing, desperation, while they continue the pattern of conduct. 28594J2. 8FFH106. And it's 12:56 p.m. and I'm going to give you what I said I'm going to give you. The state's fake sun nowhere near over what is D Street, contrary to what I'm documenting, well into the evening, the afternoon inside of that library. And also out of alignment with where it is as I exit the library, where I can still see it's in perfect alignment with me while I stand outside of the entrance of the Upland Public Library, where the state is aiming its directed light as though that's sunlight from the fake sun that is remaining visible in the evening, contrary to the state keeping its fake sun over the ceiling of the library. It's not right now. It's right over me at Arrow on the opposite side of the building. This is in no way going to coexist with being over the D Street. I'm not going to be able to see that. This is what the state is engaging in at all times, asininity with its light source, directly incriminating those cowards inside of the Upland Public Library, okay? P.O.C, it's 12:56 p.m. and I've already documented them. Understand those demons are hostile because they know I read their license plates and I published it on my podcast. It's 12:57 p.m. All right, patrolling via traffic, that's what we're going to document. Systematic monitoring, 8LWP 586, and understand this is vast disclosure, expansive disclosure of the demon possessed, because that's exactly what this environment reveals. And this is a demonic system that is systematically underway in the state of California. This is revealing the demon possessed, while I am also prosecuting for the federal crime of federal stalking, which is terrorism, as the demon possessed engage in the criminal elements of monitoring. All right, I'm revealing demon after demon. License plate BS 76E67. It's 12:59 p.m. They're crossing path at Arrow and Euclid. G160LO 92643X2 50802H1 7XOW095 7MOD 833 8HJP173 7XKK385 52822Z1 8PRW213 8UQJ341, and understand all of them engaging in criminal summoning. They're one demonic entity engaging in federal stalking on behalf of the public entity, the state of California. 5VOV044 8PEX066 8XNR318 8L41490, I believe. VUW223. That's some weird looking license plate. 8LQW425 or 8LOW425. Can't really see that one. It's a Tesla, a gray Tesla. 7PPB. I can't see that one. 8PBF364. 8Z1936. I can't really see that one. It is 1:01 p.m. though, by the way. What you also want to pay attention to, you want to pay attention to the links that they go to. They send in I don't care what your title is, first of all, but they send in the director. That's supposed to be some troubling title to me. They're a demon-possessed stalker, 7VNJ587. But you see what they do. They send in the director, somebody that supposedly have some weight, 8LWA657, while they want to engage in criminal summoning. 7RIT681, 7MLG858, 7PTZ616, 7824082, 7JHL864, 41257H2, 51830L2, 7BN. I can't really see that one. And so they're sitting in, I'm the director here, 8EYW820, and you're creating a disturbance. Like, it makes it true because it's coming out of the mouth of a director who is a third party. 7VYK665, 8PDB173. 8ERA174. Understand how demons operate. That's exactly how Satan operates. This is the demon possessed. And they think because it's coming out of the mouth of a judge, okay, i.e. the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, that it's going to be assumed to be true. 7RNC263, 7FJP734, 8ULN966. All right, that has already been smacked down. This is the absence of any credibility, but understand how demons are suiting themselves with someone who is supposed to be presumed. And this is if you are untrained and ignorant and have no idea about what is actually surrounding you and what is ongoing. And this is the demon possessed trying to utilize someone who is of title inside of the library, a state facilitating venue. Okay, I don't care if you're the director. I'm going to prosecute that entity. That's facilitation for HAB290. Okay, and that director, by the way, running out of the room because she can't answer a logical question as to what is it that you're talking about. 7UJF087. That's why she was running out. And besides that, that's a demon that's fleeing. All right. License 8LSZ800. License 8REW456. 47354K2. 7465. 4J2. 8CYA559. 69801W2. 7YTS047. 7U04676. 8S19159. 8MJV315. 7ZRL209, 8MJW704, 99658T2, 8EHD071, 6NAK308, 8PZW687, 8PW888. It is, or substantially similar to that, excuse me. License plates. Oh, no license plate on that. Chevrolet black truck driving north on Euclid Avenue. It's 1:04 p.m. License plate 7VYR992. Three 834-2W1, 8GWB547, 8TRL153. Omnitrans is crossing path, Route 85, which is driving east on Arrow Highway right now. 7ZIF677, and also Omnitrans going southbound on Euclid Avenue, cross path about 10 minutes ago while I was documenting the absence of the fake sun over the Upland Public Library, in direct conflict with everything I'm documenting while I remain inside of the library at the same exact time. All right, and that is showing that is that is not sunlight that's inside of that venue, that's remaining inside of that venue, and the state's fake sun is nowhere over the library right now after engaging in criminal summoning. Okay? They prosecute themselves the more they engage in the P.O.C. 8TXV554, 7BTX809, P.O.709 handicap. License 77402Z2, 4ZOL264, and understand how that same recitation of facts is prosecuting 7PFW658 because it's not the sun where they're crossing path underneath it. OKURR1. These demons are exposed as the psychopaths that they are, the stalkers that they are. And I'm revealing what is the demon possessed. This is AMR. Is this AMR? Oh, no. This is Vario. Whatever. Vario HC Healthcare 98367883. 8VV. I can't really see that one. I want to say 8VVW162, but you can scratch that. I can't see that. 6DAX298. 8ULS026. BP9W45. I can't really see that one. That's a paper plate. It's 1:05 p.m. And all of this is still documenting the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, Mercy House, located at 435 South Bonneview, Woodside Senior Apartments, located at 408 West G Street. You're talking about the Union Station in the city of Los Angeles, 6YLJ270, Metrolink. You're talking about the Ontario Police Department. And I'm just giving you examples because this is prosecution of an entity. But I've given you specific example after example as I've isolated the P.O.C. and I've isolated specific actors, showing you what is the existence of a state system. All right, I'm continuously prosecuting the entirety of that entity. All right, it's 1:06 p.m. Cal Fire. That's a state actor. Vehicle D790, monitoring, 8SBC069. $7KMB574, 7WPA735, 7YJK045, 8J68, 778, 8XSD568, 6NBC878, 7TKS860. 4943983, 7SNA720, 00681K2, 7BUS835, 12754T2, 7YMF296, 8TSY182, 8TWY 399. And I want to be clear where I'm standing. I'm standing at Route 83 for Upland, bus stop number 7148. In front of the residence of 520 Euclid Avenue, a third-party facilitating venue. 560TR, that's a handicap plate. (8CPZ 956), 8FNC 317 2063 5ZXG 028, 8DLX 195, 8J58 321, 7LEA 376, 7VJC 362, 8SRA 244. Three 2T2 6169 C3. I can't really see the rest on 8JUM 369. MOC 714, I believe. I believe that's an MOC or MQC. I can't really see that one. McKesson Medical Surgical, directed light on the vehicle under the fake sun, 94816C2, and directed light behind that vehicle on the asphalt while it crosses path. It's 1:10 p.m. (8C42306), 5VKG 360, 8HJL 141, 8NGM 017, 8GRL 820, 7MTS 543, 5JIB 636, 7P53324, 6KWP 573, 8WAT 686, P693TO, 7RYW, can't really see the rest of that, 7SMV 212, 9262, I can't see that one, 5WPY 773, HARDY 50, 58035W1, that's a truck, a commercial vehicle with directed light on the passenger side of that truck. 8FDA 257. (6HRA 280). (8NVU 830). Yeah, they're maintaining directed light on the surfaces of their vehicles. 5MDZ 590, 7ERH 394 Demons. Impossible light activity swiping. Understand, their cars are the surfaces with which the state is keeping directed light on. All right, demonic activity. 5HLH 032, 8DMJ 252, 8F17467, 81415R1, 7. I can't really see that one. 97694C3. 7FCW 074, 7ABY 724, 73VVM 572. AAA 8KTH 218. That's audible activity as AAA uses that truck as a means of stalking in the path. The state is hovering in a commercial-sized plane flying east over Euclid Avenue. There is no airport. It's not in alignment with the Ontario airport. I would not be able to see such large size of that commercial plane if it was headed toward the Ontario airport. All right? It's flying in a straight line over Euclid Avenue. That's the same entity engaging in group stalking. Patrolling in the sky space, and these demons are patrolling all around on the ground. 8YJZ406. From where I'm standing, that commercial-sized plane is it's approximately at where 204 North Euclid Avenue. That's where it is from where I'm at Arrow Highway. 5ZLA723. Hovering in a commercial-sized airplane. All right, that would be where 9th Street is. That's about the distance where I'm looking at this commercial plane hovering over Euclid Avenue. 6ARK027. RC 880, 7UDP 941, 8TAG 319, and that loud boom you hear, that's called audible activity. 8GOE 351, the same noise maintained inside of the Upland Public Library, by the way. Booms and bangs and crashes and slamming doors, all right? It's called audible activity by the demons who are stalking under the light source. 6TLL785, 8PTE 373, 5Y92969, 8UYF 305, 8GZU 675, 6VBD 532, 6HPR 425, 8AJB 423, 7TBX 916, 8NVD 979, 6YMY 823, 8UUF 617. Using U-Haul, you can prosecute U-Haul for that. Also, that U-Haul uses its venue as well. 7NTY139. So there's no exception where the people are engaging in the use of a commercial vehicle to engage in federal stalking. You will prosecute U-Haul for that. Okay. 8RQ. I can't really see that one. It is 1:15 p.m. Omnitrans crossing path, driving west on Arrow Highway. License 1535619, bus number 1360. License plate ATPX187. That's audible activity. ATDW515. It's 1:15 p.m. Let me show you something. All right, it is 1:16 p.m. 04029F2 5HLT 968. Staples, using its vehicle, engaging in federal stalking and terrorism. 42577X1, 8WEG 133, 6ROH 281, 8NXB 221, BS59T19, I believe that's a paper plate. 7SJV 689, 5CFZ 448. And what I captured in video right now at 1:15 p.m., speaking to the ongoing presence of the state's fake sun, not over the Upland Public Library. US.04, I can't really see that one, but license plate 88936K2, that's Staples. All right, under the same exact environment, including Omnitrans, under the same exact environment, creating the same exact impossible light activity. And doing so pursuant to their time schedule is no form. All right, running a business where the pattern of conduct is underway is no form. This is why you have what is terrorism while it is during business hours at the Upland Public Library. The same exact pattern of conduct is underway. Okay, there is no form. And in direct contrast to the false premises upon which federal stalking by the demon possessed is based. All right, thinking that you call yourself a director so you're above suspicion. I don't think so. You're creating audible activity under that which is clearly not the sun. 4266390, because you are a sex offender as you're being documented. You are a psychopath and a stalker. 8SFS265, a demon possessed one. All right, who was very, very fearful in reality. Okay, understand this is petrified fear. All right, because I am prosecuting the agencies, the police departments. I'm prosecuting them, and I'm going to prosecute them for the conduct they engage in. KX45DW, I believe that's the Arizona plate. I sure am going to prosecute. 5VXM643, 8BHE 866, 8GNJ 567, 6XMA 475, 6XMI 121, 7KHB 665, 6A60298, 7UZN 932. 8UKD 492, 7KVX 503, 7TRR 770, JAC 1987, 6UDC 548. 1:18 p.m. AGE 993. 7UKR 081. 6BNR 529. 6YXX 919. 86994B2. 6WWZ 676. EF3 VIF, that's some outer, I don't know what that is. It's Burtec, again, ordinary stalker. They're as bad as the city of Ontario. Okay, very highly demented, demon-possessed stalkers just driving a brand around while they're engaging in demon possession, demonic activity. All right, it is 1:19 p.m. BR 83F83 paper 44610Y2. That's audible activity, okay? DK096 handicap 7VVF614 7VYX689 98064K2 6GTJ678 21275C2 8MKY835 8WAX 402 8WAX 402 LVODG, I can't really see that one. VCH 153, or substantially similar. It's 1:20 p.m. 74734X1. Eight WSF 075. 6VPV 096. 02086X2. 8FCH071. Eight VHA 962, 8SNN 258, 8WFW049 Pinsky, 7GXY 825, 5NLD 058, 6PTG 794, 63634V1, 6L46505, 8MTP223, 8DSE 854, 8ULN 796, 7LMK 018, Heart SWIMIN 7VXD 873, BS33R77 paper 7L35692, 8VPF696, 7DXU304. All right, this group stalker stops in front of what is the address of license plate 8WCX108, 8PSB 858, I believe. The address of, not 520 Euclid Avenue, 534. Here we go, Euclid Avenue, all right? Which is right adjacent to the bus stop. She's just loitering in a relevant position with a paper plate on her vehicle. 8LID 970. 7660983, 5ZMU081, 7ZOP570, 7MUE079. All right, then you have a group stalker that stops right behind me on a bike. All right, they're monitoring together. These are demons that are engaging in surrounding while these demons are patrolling in traffic. 6LL432, I can't really see that one. 7CJU547. Six NPY 185 1545 1548540. That's a school bus. WCY 654 and directed light swiping across the side of that old biddy's vehicle. There is no exception to the pattern of conduct. She's old as dirt, engaging in demonic activity. AZZLAW2. It's 1:24 p.m. Alrighty, license plate 7THY048. Seven SOH 410, 7GMX 339, 7GGN 428, 7HMX 157, AMCOT 5UEP 616, 6LPH 741, 4CYA 480, Spectrum 8VUJ 526, 8RDD 021, 5TPM 395, VELMA 28, 7PLR 285, 8CYV 306, 8KMB 772 or 722. Malcolm, that's a white truck, that's a commercial vehicle. The emblem, the logo says Malcolm. Blue lettering, P.O.C. That's audible activity. As I changed arms, I'm holding my phone with a different hand, and I put my arm on my backpack strap. That's stalking with activity. All right, these are demons, and directed light is all over their cars while they're crossing the path together. 7HSN081, 3VJA197. It's 1:26 p.m. 8CWA 858, 7EZA 049. All right, and this group stalker whose paper license plate I read, this woman is loitering in relevant position, parked in front of, again, 534 North Euclid Avenue. 7MXS 766, 7YJF 019, 6VJM 321, 8AHD 523, 964383, I believe, or B3. And the African American, I took a picture of this. The African American, he's loitering in relevant position under the fake sun, sitting at the Omnitrans bus stop. 4PER 384. And they are monitoring together. A black male, and you're looking at a white female, and you assume that this is separate, and it's not. They're demons that are monitoring together, maintaining presence together. License plate 6VNE 495. And she's monitoring with minor children. Let's get 8CQL 373. Running into 520 North Euclid Avenue. This is license plate 25910F2. 8LOA 577. License plate 58234X2, 7AKB062. And understand she remains in relevant position, whether that's actually her home or not, that she's patrolling in and out of, that she is maintaining presence inside of. 520 North Euclid Avenue is a facilitating venue. All right, so just want to be clear, she's still monitoring after she stalks by loitering in the vehicle on Euclid Avenue right here next to me at the bus stop. 6PLL235. $7DXK, I believe. 7DKX 997. Can't really see that one. 721XD handicap. 8MXV 967. 7MAS 022. 8PHS 426. Spectrum is crossing path again. The state is flying over in an airplane. 9725 2C1. 8MLV 270. 7X YU 407. 8HGA 690. 8AJJ 829. It's 1:29 p.m. 6N 90193 28549J2 7HAE 084. $58725D2. 7YMG 951. And directed light from the driver's side of her vehicle. The state's fake sign I'm showing you, it's over over that same intersection of Arrow. So she's driving underneath the light source, and as she is driving north on Euclid Avenue, where the state's fake sign is above her vehicle, directed light is hitting the curb in step with her vehicle. That's the maintenance of light on the surfaces. It's demonic activity, and that is she's old as dirt, an old black woman. Okay. It has nothing to do with your race or your age or whatever title you think you have. It don't mean it's nothing but audible activity. I'm gonna prosecute you with that audible activity. 6XKR 622, 5TUR 307, 8KBE 792, 8RDX 137, 8GGN 531, 8SHX 796, 8KTC 639, 8PHN 746, 7LVN 981, I believe. That's all audible activity. That's why the state maintains the environment. Everything that they do, not only is it intentional, the state amplifies it, and the state also adds to the activity. All right? License plate 6PNW082 FJ44 37592R2 6E FMG. I can't really see that. 6FMG 774, I believe. It's 1:31 p.m. State's fake sun, not over the Upland Public Library. In direct conflict with what I documented at 3:53 p.m. inside of that venue where the state's fake sun is remaining as I'm facing D Street, all right? It's not even over D Street. It's over me at Arrow Highway and Euclid. 7BVY 574 is monitoring. 8UCP 596 is monitoring. All of them demon-possessed. Psychopaths. Desperate. All of them engaged in criminal summoning today. That's what I documented. The entity engaging in criminal summoning because it's scared to death. 8WQK 914. Audible activity. A demon-possessed stalker who is not cool. Stalking in an infinity. You're not cool. You're pathetic. License 8GCC 109, 5109 3J1, 6LIS 515, 6NKY 154. SWL 728, 7DFK 733, 7VES 508, 6P.O.C 381, 5ZHC 101, 7UYZ 864, 65589T2, 7YOU 872, 49738D2, and 8LIA 364. LRD 780, 7LJJ 557, 6NGJ 664, GKL 7394. Three WL 3BWZ, excuse me, 570. 7SKL 251, 8V28103, 7THU 220, 8DXB 852. And again, they are systematically engaging in what is relevant positioning. And that's just the license plates that I'm reading that are driving past me. Going the opposite direction on Euclid Avenue is relevant positioning. They are all creating light activity under the state's light source, and the state is maintaining directed light as well. 8UFL 760. And audible activity is coinciding with this maintenance of presence. This is the demon possessed in this demonic environment where federal stalking is underway. That's what I'm documenting. 1765381. 8FEG 201, 8TKG 229, 5JPE 700, 7DVH 407, 8PAN 637, 8R 24023, 8PKL 732, 4DSS 536, 8XME 668, 6WZH 427, 7JJL 526, 7UIV 270, 8NCC 333, 8XEE 542. And it's 1:35 p.m. Documenting more than one thing. Be mindful of that. I'll connect the dots later. License plate 6NBH 412, FFW Heart MW, 8VZD 071, 5ZXA 053. All right, got another group of demons. License 8GYPO13, 8UKC 721, 6YDN 636, 8EDE 331, 71912N2, 8SKF 690, 8HTK 302, 8VVG 330, BT34N17 paper, 7NVR 335, 7SUP 878, 8POA 727, Jig Plumbing, using that commercial vehicle, engaging federal stalking, 7PGV 522, I believe. And that was Jig, JIG Plumbing. 42060 handicap. 5WQT123. It's 1:38 p.m. All right, demon with license 8FVZ. 8FZ324, 7VSU 399, 29179V2, 7TGZ. I can't really see that one. 6R4. So you could scratch that one. That is U-Haul, and this is license 8BZY082. Visser Bus Services. Visser is spelled V-I-S-S-E-R. License 7XC015, substantially similar. That's using a school bus for federal stalking. License 7ZQB721. 02MJB. Omnitrans crossing path in a car. Right. 8EZW910 and directed light streaming across the cars while the cars drive past each other. All right. License plate 8NK7228, 7TDH535, 5ZUY326. 5HDZ 815, 8KTG760, 8FWJ738, 7WWP238, 8NMX884, 7WWW298, 04538R2, 8LVA290, 8MYE138, 8WBB822, 7YWH882, 7MPG501, 7NCD468, 741NL handicap, 8SMK966, 8JZB441, J945AO. It's 1:40 p.m. Seven NOY 270. KATHFS or KATHES. XCA8A8. Substantially similar. That's an Arizona plate. 6SWJ002. Driven by, and the Arizona plate looks like it's driven by a Latina female. Six FCE 529, 7HMK 986, LUCASI with a heart. 8MWV667, license 7MYP827, 6HJH05, I believe, substantially similar, 5TNJ772, 8HOB791, 7XRA375, 8TUL773, 6PHL887. So I'm going to tell you what these demons are doing, and that's Metrolink engaging in the P.O.C. 8ESU236. And by the way, Metrolink is running east and west on the Amtrak. That's at what is A Street, and the state is amplifying the sound of that train. Okay, you're not going to hear that train inside of your homes over here. You're not going to hear it. This is amplification. And what the state is doing, I've shown you what the state does with directed light. So as they are driving by each other, the state is aiming directed light in all manner of direction. This is how these demons are systematically monitoring. This is why you have what is underneath the light source this is incongruent light activity. First of all, sunlight is not like a laser, but second of all, they're driving through directed light, and that's how you have what is light bouncing off of, or appearing to bounce off. It's appearing on what are their passenger car doors and their driver's side doors, and on the curb where they're under. They're driving north on Euclid Avenue. They're under the fake sun, but the state is aiming directed light toward their driver's side of their vehicle, and that's why directed light is showing up on the curb. It's speaking to the trajectory of directed light. They are monitoring, and the state is aiming light in multiple directions. This is what I continuously show you. This is why I have double shadows. This is why my shadow was magnified in size. They are driving through directed light, which is covering this intersection. All of their cars are creating light activity while they cross paths. 6TDX441, 7VAN402, BLTK612, 7CVX865, 7ZGL743. This is 0194 4G3, 7DBS054, 8RKS132. All right, because there is no vantage point whereby first of all, again, driving under the sun does not result in what you saw with the Upland Fire Station. You saw what is the literal substantial directed light, which is terrorism, as I documented on video, while you're crossing path under the sun. That's not sunlight. But also what you have is it's speaking to the trajectory of directed light. And the state's directed light, this is not ordinary light. It does that which ordinary light does not do. This is concentrated. It does engage in the creation of the object that it is hitting. This is how you've seen what are the rims that are appearing on the asphalt while a demon-possessed stalker is driving under the state's light source, and while the state is aiming directed light on that surface, on the vehicle, okay? Because that's not ordinary light, and it's demonic as the state engages in that. So the state is aiming light onto their cars. Aiming light while they're driving north past me under the fake sun, directed light is hitting the driver's side of their cars. Understand, their passenger side of the vehicles is what I'm facing. Driver's side on the curb, directed light appears because the state is aiming directed light on that side of their vehicles. 8HVP999. All right, that's how you're creating that. And the state is just aiming light all over the place. It's entirely demonic. These are all the demon possessed, and they are systematically monitoring. This is a highly obsessive and demented stalking system that I'm revealing, and I'm identifying one demon after another while I'm doing so. 78207E2. 8UDL348. SATZFY1. Student Transportation of America, license 7GYU325, using a school bus. License 7PTX660, 7G94, well, that's AAA, 79407T2, that's AAA. 8SVP502, 6ZOD589, 88223P2, 8UOW380, 8WWP675, 8WCV 465, 6WRA 045, 8EYG 871, 8T41980. S2. 8BPA307, City of Upland. License plate 1566036. That's City of Upland. 8N11482. 7MBV472. 4UIY929. 8MQN282, 6206, 7F2, 8RBU118, 8VSE704, 6KOA830, I believe. Yeah. 6HOJ799, 7EKB370, 7PVV923, 7Y24700, 8XOT852, 8BLW793, 8XTS073, 7S36415, 7VYG610, 8K31554, 7WOD862, 7PXK697, 8UWR995. It's 1:48 p.m. Five HSJ725. 6DYN887, 7FJR559, 7BRY951, 8LCX, I can't really say, 43937Z1, 8463M2, I believe, 8SSM553, 766 2OT1, 2801973, and the back plate is P812950. That's a large truck. McDonald's as the trailer and a different commercial actor as the head of the truck. But those are two different license plates on that truck as well. 8BFM082. MYL 345, 8BQZ 801, 7TQL 619, U-Haul is crossing path again. R1. And be clear, as any license plate is being repeated is because these demon-possessed stalkers that are monitoring are patrolling more than once. 7FVD 950. And in that regard, they document themselves as well. 8WBC 783, 8BZX 713, 8CWL 045, SEILS 7ADY 196. 7HSN 495, 8SVD 047, 8GWA 105, 5YHJ 079, 67753V2, CEASELESS and Son. Directed light using their mirrors, the state aiming directed light on their rearview mirrors. And so it creates a large and expanded sight. The state magnifies it while they cross paths. Understand the ongoing aim is to keep light on surfaces while they're patrolling. Entirely demonic. You just recognize all the tactics that the entity engages in. 8VCR 046, 8JRC 362. It's entirely demonic. And they are all stalking together. Impossible light across the Visser bus services, okay? Using a school bus to engage in federal stalking, facilitation of federal stalking. All right? 7ZAB 700. It is 1:52 p.m. Just want to document as I began documenting, and the absence of Omnitrans, the time that they run by, all of that is a part of documentation. It's intentional conduct. 7XQT249. That's audible activity. 8JLM162. It is 1:52 p.m. Route 83 is arriving. I'm at bus stop number 7148. And this is P.O.C. as the state's fake son. Stays in the window after it has maintained stationary presence. Understand that's amplification of a demon crossing path and directed light under the fake sun. This is P.O.C. Omnitrans license number 1302442, and I'm referencing the surveillance cameras.
Route 83, Upland.
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride. La ley federal requiere máscaras a bordo y en las paradas. No máscara, no viaje.
Route 83, Upland.
You guys don't get changed?
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride.
I only go to Foothill.
La ley federal requiere
Where do you go
máscaras a
after
bordo
Foothill?
y en las
I go back down.
Oh, you go back down to the hill?
No viaje.
Okay. Can I get
Take it
a
back.
bus book? Do you have one?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not veteran already.
I'm a veteran
Route
documentary, but no,
83,
I'm not a veteran.
Upland.
Federal law requires masks on board, and it stops. No mask, no ride. La ley federal requiere máscaras a bordo y en las paradas. La máscara no viaja.
It is 1:55 p.m. This is P.O.C. and Director Light is on the bus. All right, the state's fake sun, that is the light source. That is for federal stalking and also the indication of demon possession of everyone in relative position and the demonic system that the state is operating. License 33674W2 and Omnitrans crossing path and license plate number 1527206. So what I want to document is state's fake sun is right here over me while I'm standing at the intersection of Foothill and Euclid, where Route 83 engages in making a U-turn and going back down Euclid Avenue. I just want to make sure I document that, okay? While the state's fake sun kept it right over that venue, that is the bus, moving from Arrow Highway, where it remained for over an hour, where Omnitrans crosses path at my arrival at that corner, drives right by past the bus stop, then arrives at 1:54 p.m. and makes a U-turn to go back down the same street. Okay, understand the entity doesn't want me to go any further. They want to try to limit where I'm going, where I'm able to go, and also extend the time to do that. This is the desperate acts of an entity. This is the entity. So understand the template that you're working with. You are not dealing with what is the presumption. These are separate individuals acting with ignorance of what the other is doing, and that this is ordinary, everyday. No. You're dealing with the demonic. They are of one demonic mind, all of them equally invested in obstruction of justice. All right, in doing what they can. That's why you have criminal summoning. This is why you have deviation from published routes and time schedules by public transportation. All right, this is that's also what is referred to and prosecuted as what is harassment and targeting while federal stalking is underway. You don't have any forum, by the way, when the P.O.C. is underway. It's 2:03 p.m. 6 EZF 985. And let me get 7HJS 958, 7KFG 7. Hold on, I'll get that one. 8PSC 716. And the other one is 6KFG. Can't see the rest of that one. 7KFG 72. Oh, there we go. 6HTK 127. And 7TTS 060. So as I'm crossing the street at Foothill in front of the Chase Bank at 31 West Foothill Boulevard, the fake sun is right over my head. That's how you know what these oversized group stalkers are doing. 7DDJ 899. All right, they're group stalkers. Stalking with the state. License 7PFY 555. Oh, there's Omni. It is currently 2:04 p.m. I think I already read this license plate, but let me get these. 6VEB 992, 8EVX 792, EXXQMEE. Set 6UKH 217, 46894R1, 6CJW 032. 21301 9765983 6WBV 661. Excuse me, I'm gonna go this way. 5YVK 329 7LGA 967 6PDR 384 8DDK 535 6SCA 881 8CCT 676. It is currently 2:06 p.m. 7ZGS 573, I believe. 3D72183, California 23738. That's HASA, H-A-S-A, clearly better. Clearly a stalker, using that commercial vehicle for federal stalking and terrorism. Under the fake sun, directed light at the intersection, next to the vehicle driven by this Caucasian biddy, license plate in a black Kia, making a U-turn on camera. Directed light 8TNN898. Under the same exact fake sun, 6AAF 728, 7DCS 516, AC7ZK01. Can I see that one? 1418873. That's a school bus. Directed light and audible activity. 5KLF 511, 51096S1, 8KNZ 445, 7NIE 939, 8LJS 037, 8MML 247, 8WIA 951, 8ELX 339, 7BQP 522, 8VKT 467, 7WNM 943, 8BSJ 458, monitoring with minor children, 7WIT 509, 6VOD 068, 6BNG 195, 7AJP 067, 7KHB 665, BDTU 701, Ontario Police, probably Upland Police Group, stalking on camera at the intersection of Foothill and Euclid, monitoring with 3HSF 411, 7EGC 067, 7TSJ 075. And just one demon after another. Directed light, all this impossible light under that which is not the sun. Demonic activity. Audible activity under directed light under the fake sun. Monitoring with a minor child, a license 8ERV154. 42945D3. 4XNB 709. 8TML 072. And 8H43487. I want to document. It looked like an Ontario Police Department vehicle, but I am in the city of Upland. I just want to document that. And regardless, it is the presence of law enforcement, but it did look like Ontario Police vehicle. 7KKC 137, 6UDR 092. And that was driving what was east on Foothill and then going south on Euclid Avenue. BE20U25. All right, and it's 2:09 p.m. And as these demons are patrolling and doing the exact same conduct, this is the randomness, this is speaking to the existence of a system, and they are under the same exact fake sun, okay? These are demons engaging in terrorism, including Student Transportation of America, 6WGT223, all right? Molesting with directed light as well. It is 2:09 p.m. All right, I just captured in videos so that you can see that which I've already established, but I'm making my point with regard to the desperate acts of demons, which is criminal summoning while federal stalking is underway. It is the pattern of conduct. This is born of fear. It is also born of an intent to obstruct justice, all right? That's the underlying purpose. But let me be clear, ordinarily, absent documentation, criminal summoning serves a pattern of conduct. It's a direct threat to the liberty of the target individual. And what I'm also capturing in the video that I just took over my head, this is the same location. I pointed this out this morning while I was at Fern, and I was being driven that was going south on Fern Avenue. All right, and then we proceed to what is Hope Boulevard, and I'm showing you what is the state's fake sun at 7:50 in the morning. This is the exact location that I was referencing at U.S. Bank at Foothill and Euclid. 7:50 at the same time, the state's fake sun is over my head. I am here at this same intersection that I was referencing this morning while I'm in the city of Ontario, and the state is keeping that same central position with me at 7:50 in the morning in Ontario. compared with where it is where I'm in Upland at 7:50 in the morning, which is impossible to coexist, okay? So I am here at 2:10 p.m. and that's what I captured on video. The presence of the fake sun over the exact same corner where I stood in the morning at 7:50. And this is after remaining over the Upland Public Library. After documentation is already captured as to the state remaining over that venue for the duration of the day and setting, and I put that in air quotes because that's not the sun setting, that is the state remaining with its light source changing the color of directed light and keeping light on the surfaces all around, while the demons that are the people of the state, these are the demon-possessed actors engaging in federal stalking, maintain presence, all right? I'm also capturing what is directed light in that video. You are looking at the absolute impossibility and the implausibility, and this is why it is referred to as impossible light activity, and this is the demonic conduct of stalking with light. Stalking with directed light, the state is following everywhere, and it is keeping light around me everywhere. It is literally stalking with the element of light, while the people are stalking as an entity, a group. This is demonic activity. All right, while the state is maintaining presence and acting directly and vicariously, okay? This is on camera at Foothill and Euclid. You are witnessing what is federal stalking, and it is a means of documentation as they are crossing path on those traffic cameras. Directed light is surrounding the surfaces while these demon-possessed are, I'm capturing what is terrorism, in other words. And I'm also documenting on my podcast and that which I'm publishing in video. This is systematic documentation of that entity engaging in that egregious criminal system. This is also teaching about what terrorism in the United States looks like amongst demon possession, demonic activity, unless you don't know what that looks like. It looks very similar if you are not aware of what the environment that surrounds you is actually, what is actually the state of that environment, all right? And that is the nature of demonic activity. It wants to mimic normalcy, but it is highly abnormal. There's nothing normal about it. It's entirely demented. And so this is demonic activity in the state of California. If anything is ubiquitous, because the sun isn't, but what is ubiquitous is demonic activity, the demon-possessed. The demon-possessed are ubiquitous. They are everywhere, and this is the system that they are engaging in the state. And it is commissioned by, facilitated by, the state of California, okay? It's 2:14 p.m. and that's the state's fake sun over me at Euclid and Foothill in the city of Fontana. Aramark license 637942. I believe it's essentially similar. That is Aramark that engaged in kidnapping, federal stalking inside of the state facilitating venue of the West Valley Detention Center, the Central Detention Center in San Bernardino, and the Glen Helen Rehabilitation Center in San Bernardino, whilst repeated acts of kidnapping by the state, engaging in federal stalking inside of those state facilitating venues. Aramark engaging in federal stalking in relevant position while under the state's fake sun. And understand the intentional conduct. That's how demons behave. They are intentionally present, engaging in the pattern of conduct, and they are aware of the documentation of their engaging in kidnapping. And this is the conduct of demons that are aware that they're being documented. That's the long and short of that. So you have the absence of any coincidence, but I'm going to go ahead and point out that's Aramark engaging in the practice of malice. This is what demons do. BLC 7340. That's a Washington plate. License plate 8VDG 318. QVOLEEE 6RKS 221 8SUH 875 8SUG 795 8WLG 567 5XAY 389 7JSV 368 directed light and UPS substantial directed light, and they're crossing path again. License plate 65144B2, and just like you saw with the Upland Fire Station, the directed light is beside the UPS vehicle. It's another method of the same directed light, keeping it around me on the surfaces while they cross path in the shade, by the way. Maintenance of light, that's demonic activity, that's terrorism underway by UPS. 8UXB 173 6SXH 293. The state is flying over the intersection 6ATE 577 7RGJ 975 6VEB 892 7EEA 432 6PNH 821 6BKC 017 6KUP 620 7TJU 978 8KGK 601 8LOZ 467 08187H2 SoCal Gas, and that's a license plate of SoCal Gas. 00266J2 7VYX 134 7XVF329 635VG handicap G603YO All right, and the state's flying over this same intersection under the fake sun and in directed light, doing so in those skinny planes with the long wings. All right, that's a state plane. A government plane. 7ZYR410 CLINAT, FB511, 8EVX 972, 7TZS 980, 6TTV 781, 7KRZ 794. RVRRATY 7JXP 029, 7KPW284, monitoring with a minor child, engaging in terrorism with a minor child. All right, 6AO7539, monitoring with minor child, 8VFH211, 6LNZ197, 7XFC882, 8MWS 820. Omnitrans Route 66. The state is flying. The state is patrolling, just like I showed you in that 20-minute long video, flying in a circle, showing it to be the demon-possessed stalker, the entity that it is. The state is flying over Foothill, just patrolling over, flying continuously since I stated it, continuously flying over the street. 8XLN512. And Omnitrans is coming. It's at 2:18 p.m. All right, we're going to document Omnitrans. I'm going to give you an example of what is federal stalking while targeting by the entity is underway. This is obstruction of justice as Omnitrans acts, okay? It is 2:18 p.m. Suzanne's Flowers, 52544B3. They engage in federal stalking at the state facilitating venue of the Ontario City Hall as well. All right, the state is hovering over the Vaughn's Plaza at Foothill and Euclid. All right, flying in relevant position, that Vaughn's Plaza, where the Starbucks employee was in directed light serving an AMR personnel. They were monitoring. You're looking at demons engaging in malicious conduct. The state flying over that Vaughn's personnel. I'm sorry, that Vaughn's Plaza. Go on ahead. It is 2:19 p.m. This is Omnitrans, bus number 1265. State's fake sun is over the bus. Directed light is on the bus. P.O.C. All right, 2:27 p.m. This state, and that includes Omnitrans and every third party and state actor as they are monitoring together. The state aims a line of golden colored directed light across my crotch area while I'm sitting on the bus, okay? You look at, that's impossible light activity, first of all, and that's the state that has an issue with touching my crotch area with the directed light at 2:27 while I'm sitting on the bus. And the state's fake sun is remaining in the window as I'm traveling east on Foothill Boulevard. I am on facilitating venue Omnitrans. It's P.O.C. It's 4:19 p.m. Documenting federal stalking, utilizing communication devices. The people of the state maintaining presence inside of the... Sorry, I'm moving a plastic bag, but I need to multitask. Engaging in monitoring on communication devices. And so what is the form? You have a group stalker that's sitting on the left side of me at number F. I'm inside of the library computer lab, FONPL01. All right, this is a male sitting to my left, and the group stalker sitting to my right on FONPL06. And the form is the employee here, which is a state actor, helping on the communication device while they are monitoring ongoing activity creation, blocking out of my Google account, requesting a phone number, right? I enter the phone number, and this is monitoring where they are stating this is a means of keeping you out of your out of my Google account. This is obstruction of justice, trying to stop me from accessing my Google account, which is my documentation, okay? And so you're monitoring, and the prompt is, oh, we can't let you in after you enter your phone number. Too many failed attempts where it is the first time that I entered the phone number, okay? That's monitoring. And this is what they're doing, surrounding me in relevant position. They're monitoring on the venue of the internet, and also while doing so, the state sounding sirens, the same exact conduct inside of the Ovid Family Library and inside the public library of Upland, okay? It's 4:20 p.m. Just want to document that, monitoring on communication devices. It's 4:20 p.m. All right, I want to be clear, not only is Omnitrans, but every third party on the bus is monitoring, and the people are monitoring, well, the state is by law enforcement and whatnot, but every third party on the bus and surrounding the bus in traffic is monitoring, okay? License 64130Z2, 8A58581, Melody Plumbing, license 1038305. Monitoring with a minor, 8PQC152. 7EKJ 554. 7LIL 550. I am at what is Foothill and Archibald in the city of Rancho Cucamonga. State's fake sun is remaining in alignment with me on the bus and is touching all over with directed light and keeping directed light on the bus itself. 6BFD 148, 7BMU 998. Rancho Cucamonga Police. Crossing path under the fake sun. I just took a picture of that. It is license plate. And then Rancho Cucamonga Police, that's the Sheriff's Department. That's San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. Okay. 7AOK 864. At Plaza de las Brisas, State's fake sun over. Driving east past that plaza at what is Ramona and Foothill Boulevard. 8KAX 552 38941S1 5BIT 048 7KEX 058. What you see on the surveillance cameras, he's getting up to talk to the bus driver. He's crossing path. And what you see them sitting on the bus, it's 2:34 p.m. on the surveillance cameras on the bus. They're sitting in directed light. Impossible light activity on the street next to this vehicle while they're still monitoring while I'm on the bus. 8MZL 685, set 4WSV 035, 7AIR 454, 7LKG 385, 8SUG 795. 3XMN 915, 7JYY 416, 68797, handicap. I'm at Hermosa in Rancho Cucamonga, and the state's fake sun is in alignment with me. Nowhere near remaining over the building of the Upland Public Library, but that's exactly what I documented because the state was engaged in federal stalking. That was demonic activity captured inside of that venue, and those demons engaged in criminal summoning today. It is licensed. It's 2:35 p.m. I'm gonna get license plate F38720 6897. I can't really see that one. 7NR0527, I believe. All right, crossing what is Hermosa and Foothill Boulevard at 2:36 p.m. License 90317H2. Approaching Haven Avenue and Foothill. And this is exactly what I was documenting while kidnapped by the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department. The state's fake son was over that courthouse at 8303 Haven Avenue, just as the state's fake son is right now in alignment with me while I'm on the bus headed toward that address. Impossible to coexist, but that's what the state was doing while it was engaging in kidnapping. And that Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court is a state facilitating venue engaged in kidnapping, the practicing of demonic terrorism while federal stalking was underway, and the fictitious prosecution, case number Mary Wendy Victor 2000640, was a means of kidnapping and obstruction of justice. That is why the fake son is in alignment with me right now across the street from what is 8303 Haven Avenue, the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court. Alright, it is 2:38 p.m. I just captured video. I am at Aspen and Foothill, passing what is the plaza that is anchored by Target, Ross, Home Goods. I'm looking at Bobo's Beauty Supply. I'm looking at the Verizon store on Foothill. And I just got through passing what is the intersection of Haven Avenue and Foothill Boulevard, where the state's fake son is keeping in perfect alignment with me and speaking to that which I have already documented and published, which was kidnapping by the state, where federal stalking was continuously underway by the demon-possessed actors of law enforcement and the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, whereas the state kept its fake son over the venue of the West Valley Detention Center, directed light inside of that venue, and then while engaging in transporting me, which is the use of interstate commerce, while they are using the roads and the highways to engage in federal stalking with the people of the state as they are practicing together demonic activity, license 8URF360, and the state kept its fake son then over the vehicle as I'm being transported to the courthouse from West Valley, and kept its fake son over the courthouse. And this is why after 4 p.m. in the afternoon, after I was kept at that courthouse in a cell where the state was amplifying artificial noise all day long, just like the demon-possessed stalkers at the Upland Public Library do, amplifying noise, creating ongoing noise, and doing so while my body was chained up, while I was handcuffed and subject to kidnapping. pursuant to a fictitious prosecution, and the state kept its fake sun after 4 p.m. because the state's fake sun remained over the vehicle as I was driven back to West Valley, where the people were engaging in federal stalking the entire time, okay? And that is what I documented while they were engaging, and that is they, meaning the entity, engaging in federal stalking ceaselessly. The entity is a kidnapper, and that's exactly what I documented, while the state kept its fake sun over the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, which you are able to witness as it's in alignment with me, and we are crossing the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court at 8303 Haven Avenue. You can see it in my video. All right, and this is clearly the impossibility of it ever being over the Upland Public Library, let alone at the same location at 2 something in the afternoon after I'm capturing it at 7:50. I'm speaking about the intersection of Euclid Avenue and Foothill next to U.S. Bank, and then remaining in alignment with me as I'm traveling far from its documented maintenance of presence, let alone over the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, but also the Upland Public Library. It is nowhere possible as remaining contrary to what I clearly documented in video, all right? If this was actually the sun that's remaining in alignment with me on the Omnitrans as I am traveling past the Rancho Cucamonga Superior Court, I would never be able to capture it over my head while I'm standing inside of the Upland Public Library, located at 450 South Euclid Avenue. This is the pattern of conduct. Omnitrans and license 1370395 is monitoring. 6HUP 579. And I want to be clear, the entity engaged in criminal summoning today. License 7WDC008 5TYL145 9F19839, and that is the pattern of conduct. You're learning how demons behave. Okay, 7XQS200. 7KWL706. United States Postal Service, crossing path, driving west on Foothill. Just like they're driving under the fake sun while I'm at the First United Methodist Church at the intersection of C Street and First Avenue. While I'm standing in the state's fake sun, is clearly right there in front of me. That's what they were doing then. They're monitoring. They're engaging in demonic activity and terrorism. And that's what they're doing right now. Utilizing interstate commerce to engage in federal stalking while demonstrating that they are demon possessed. 30689U2. It's 2:42 p.m. 1WA 8CD, that's the Arizona plate.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
That's audible activity. 43444E1. BT35R40, that's paper. 01127C3. 7WRK267. 8GKV378. 6ZOW625. 8TMT707. 67NBS515. 7FNA398. 8K41753. State flying in a helicopter in relevant position right in front while I'm crossing what is Rochester and Foothill Boulevard. The state is stalking by a helicopter, visibly, okay, because it's always stalking with helicopter and plane. This is Airport Mobile Towing, California 142517, monitoring and touching with directed light while the state's stalking in a helicopter, license 50414V1. All right, this is terrorism that is ongoing on the venue of the Omnitrans bus. 7AZV296, and this is sexual violence on the venue of the Omnitrans bus. Okay, 7JLR028, 7GDE254, 8NQW574, 8FNN131, 8MNZ. Can't really see the rest of that one. 7WVT, can't see that. 7BCW327, 8FKD059, 7JCD216, 8WUS544, 8CDH66. I can't really see that one. 8UDD064, 7ROX814, 8WWN410. I'm located at 11930 Banner Bank. That's what I'm looking at the Omnitrans bus stop. On the opposite side is the T-Mobile. And while the people are driving by,
Understand impossible light activity streaming past, just like you see on the street. That's what they're doing, systematically monitoring while I'm on the bus. 8GVA 869, 78QW 517. The state is flying over this plaza where it says Shogun, SHOGUN, Tapan Steak and Sushi. The state's flying over 11960. It's a hotel at Promenade and Foothill. The state is flying over in a black helicopter. All right, visible right through my window. 7PGF 856. 7PAY 230. 6YBY 278. Aramark is stalking in the path at the Chick-fil-A on Foothill. Inside of the plaza where I believe there's a Best Buy over here. Yeah, the plaza where the Best Buy is, where Carino's, I think that's Carino's Italian. Yeah, that's where I'm at. Aramark in relevant positions, just stalking parked on the side of the gate under the fake sun. Right, this is how demons conduct themselves. 8K8C100. All right, and so let me clarify with regard to the state making itself visibly seen in a helicopter. All right, this is the state engaging in making itself visibly seen in an Aramark vehicle. Okay, while with knowledge of the documentation, demons engage in conduct seeking to try to frustrate or trying to inflict some sort of method of harm or something. It's absolutely pathetic. This is the conduct of demons. These are psychopaths, okay? And that's the conduct that they engage in with knowledge that you're documenting them, okay? This is why Aramark is clearly parked, visibly seen under the fake sun inside of that venue, of that plaza area, or irrespective, I was about to make up a word, excuse me, irrespective of any form that they have. There is no form where federal stalking is underway. 7H47713. There is no form. 8SLX412. The fake sun is over you because you are monitoring and you're demon possessed. XDIZ1. 8NNP738. The people are on the 15 freeway engaging in federal stalking. They're systematically monitoring. This is the 15 South Freeway. All right, the people engaging in federal stalking, utilizing the highways and the roads while they are monitoring on the venue of the internet, which is also interstate commerce, using communication devices. It's 2:47 p.m. Monitoring with her communication device in hand, 6SVX353. It's a white female. (82584C3) 6TTP339. It is 2:47 p.m. TOX 789. That's 7TOX 789. 7NHX 025. I am at International Restaurant Village on Foothill Boulevard. It's 2:48 p.m. As they get on the bus, this is patrolling. They're repeatedly crossing path in directed light under the fake sun. You see how the same exact template is underway while demons systematically monitor. Okay? It's the same thing in traffic. Everything that you're hearing is audible activity in directed light under the fake sun. They are all in relevant position. UPS is crossing path again. 8MNZ 806, 8SSB 330, 6CWY 035, 7PTK 916. 7E-GB 598, 8VRC 402, 7HGW 307, CL 590 handicap. All right, directed light moving all over the bus, all over the seats, all over the handles on the top of the Omnitrans seats. 9305 6D3. And understand how that same template, that's terrorism while you're on public transit in federal stalking underway. 7HGW 307 in operation of a communication device under the fake sun while directed light is covering the bus. All right, P.O.C. License 60776S2. I'm passing Cornwall and Foothill. 6XHU839, 8UDG 500, 8KEC 165, 4MADDEN, 4 Madden, 0619983, 6XJC, can't really see the rest of them. 8, I can't see that one, sorry. 8LPR 183. It's 2:50 p.m. 7EED 661. 86356E3, California number 15340. This is Underground Construction Company Incorporated, U.S. stat 516591. Using that commercial vehicle, and it's driven by a Caucasian male, a Caucasian or Latino, wearing dark black sunglasses and a backwards cap. He's monitoring using this vehicle. Directed light is on the ground and on this bus, and he's in relevant position, engaging in federal stalking. Yeah, that's a Latino male, wearing a yellow jacket. 8FZR962, 6WSR207. In the city of Fontana now, proceeding east on Foothill Boulevard at 2:52 p.m. 5UCN 580. And again, I'm on surveillance cameras on the Omnitrans bus as well. This is bus number 1265. Passing Cottonwood and Foothill at 2:52 p.m. Passing what is the Heritage Housing Division, 6ALA 557. So under the fake sun and directed light, the state is aiming its concentrated light over the entirety of the surfaces, over everything. And this is how you get also magnified sizes of shadows of street lamps, light poles, phone poles, 19909 K2. And I want to document something that I noticed. What Google puts on Google Maps, I just want to be clear to maybe someone who's witnessing my documentation, and maybe you're doing your own little research on the internet or something, looking up an address that I'm published, 7W08044. When you look it up on Google Maps, for example, and you're going to see what I see a lot is on Google Maps, the placement of what is not the sun in the pictures of Google, where they're showing you the building, and you'll see in all the pictures, especially everything that I'm documenting, you're looking at what is the placement of that which appears to you to be the sun over the exact building, over the exact whatever address you're looking at. That is not realistic what Google is placing on the internet. I want to make sure I document that. Google is the same one where they are placing addresses saying that they're permanently closed or they're unavailable, and that's not true either. And I want to specifically document that. That is a means of identifying the address for purposes of analysis. What the state is doing with stalking with light, those pictures are not scientific at all. They are not based on reality either. If this is some sort of means of trying to substantiate what is the presence of the fake sun throughout everywhere in Southern California where I'm documenting it, because it is outside of San Bernardino County, that is not realistic. So let me point that out, and do not be deceived by that. But I mean, I'm not in any way connecting Google, but Google does represent YouTube. I have documented YouTube, whatever. I'm not even going to make any presumptions. I'm just going to put that out there. What you are looking at, the addresses you're looking at, and there's a sun over every address. When you look at the street view, looking at the street view of the buildings and whatnot, and there is always that's not the sun that is over every address that you look up in the state of California. I just want to put that out there. I notice that myself as I look up addresses. That's license plate 7WOA044, and 19909K2 is still in relevant position at Cherry and Foothill in the city of Fontana at 2:54 p.m. 8VRX658. And honestly, that goes without saying. I don't even have to try to disregard some company names such as Google, because the reality is that the actual sun is not over 450 North Euclid Avenue, the Upland Public Library, and it is impossible to document if that is the actual sun. The absence of that actual sun, I would never be able to capture it as I remain inside of the library while I am far from it at the intersection of Foothill and Euclid. That is not the same, one and the same, and that is impossible to coexist. This is what my documentation is revealing. I am speaking to the lack of scientific value of Google. When you are researching an address and you want to look at where the address is, and you're looking at what is this, a light fixture, that's because that ain't the sun. I'm gonna say it like that because that is how fake it is. It's relevant for purposes of identifying the location where I'm at, or in California, but this is not a realistic use for, and lack of any scientific value for purposes of where the sun is at. And I noticed that about Google. Everywhere the sun is central, right above the street, right above the building, which, by the way, understand what my documentation, what I'm revealing, my documentation is getting very much attention, okay? And any unrealistic and implausible method to try to suggest that the sun is over every address that you're looking at, that I'm referencing, that I'm documenting, it doesn't make it any less impossible, okay? That's P.O.C. It's 2:56 p.m. I'm in the city of Fontana at the intersection of Cherry and Foothill, still at the bus stop. I'm looking at 14545 Tires with Schwab. That's where I'm at the bus stop right now. 7JUV870, 5DTR201, 8RZY270, 8FCT241. It's 2:57 p.m. 8EJX529, 5VXT558, 6ZME966, DZV421, I believe, 8XRL558. As we sit at any bus stop, Omnitrans engages in creating light activity. This is the peculiarized light under the pattern of conduct. There is no form. This is a facilitation of federal stalking. 7UA69, actually you could scratch that, I can't see the rest of it. This is facilitation of federal stalking while they are engaging in the creation of peculiarized light using the hazard lights. All right, it's 2:58 p.m.
If possible, please use rear doors.
7MIN 144 18805R2 8VME 130 8TIZ 639. F1. Seven HHY 151. U.S.Y. Can't really see the rest of that one. 7BYU 901. Acme Storage 14838 Foothill Boulevard. That's where I'm at right now. In the city of Fontana. 6V38900. $14918 All American Storage on Route 66 on Foothill Boulevard.
15034. This is the West End Market Plaza, located at 15034 to 15074. All right, passing that, approaching Hemlock and Foothill. That's where I'm at right now at 2:59 p.m. EJY 412, BDDY 792, 8UVB 818. It's 3 p.m. 74998R2. VHK 467. 8X, I can't really see that one. HNT 212 6V. I think I read those already. Same. EXA 771. Directed light next to 8TDE 737. So the fake sun is hitting the passenger side of the Omnitrans bus. That license plate passes by on the driver's side of the bus. Directed light is on the asphalt on the passenger side of that vehicle, while the fake sun is on the opposite side of the bus. So they are driving in the shade on the driver's side of the bus, and directed light is covering the ground while that demon crosses path. Okay, that's the pattern of conduct. That's terrorism as the people engage in it. This is demon possession as they are engaging in federal stalking. And again, that is license plate 8TDE 737. Monitoring with a minor child engaging in that terrorism. That's a Latina female. She's acting on behalf of the entity. 74998R2. HD supply. RBD 780 07414V1 8EVP 835 5DVA 392 98791N2 It's 3:02 p.m.
Stop requested. If possible, please use rear doors.
Si posible, favor usar la puerta trasera.
UQF 189, 8RBP 752, 6PKK 302. At Foothill and Tokay Avenue, TOKAY Avenue. STN 321 41308C3, in case I didn't read that one already. At Citrus Avenue and Foothill. 03955D3.
these demons are stalking with activity. They're sitting at a stoplight, and so I am fixing my vision on the Walgreens at Citrus and Foothill as I change my line of vision. All right, I'm moving the phone in my hand. Both demons with license plate 5DV8392-03955D3 take their foot off the brakes and they just move forward a little bit. That's the creation of light activity, brake lights, all right, and the movement under the state's fake sun and the state's directed light. They're stalking with activity, demonic conduct with simultaneity to my most minor movement. Okay, that's the demonic behavioral pattern. This same demonic activity is underway inside of any private space. The demonic is engaging, they are very violent sex offenders, okay? Very violent. As one, what you are doing is public information amongst the demonic. And I am bringing into the light what the state of California is practicing while it's engaging in demonic conduct. All right, license 7XTJ141. All right, and it is within the context of what is federal stalking, as the demonic engage in that, and do so engaging in those criminal elements of monitoring inside of the private spaces of sexual violence that the entity engages in. 7BXN643, 8FVE947, 7HEW632, 5UUE749, 8U70698, 8VAD128, 7CCX651, 87041R1, 8XIU729, monitoring inside of the plaza, the Cardenas Plaza on Foothill. I'm looking at the address of 16232 on Foothill Boulevard, anchored by Cardenas, Bank of America, T-Mobile, Waba Grill, AT&T store. They're monitoring. This is systematic monitoring by the state. I'm letting you know where I'm at, where the fake sun is remaining over me. Foothill and Oleander in Fontana. AVG585, directed light moving across the ceiling and on the bus while they cross path on the driver's side of the bus. Remember, the state's fake sun is on the passenger side of the bus, keeping in alignment with me. 7CWM444. This is what I have been documenting about Omnitrans for years, okay? And now you know exactly what I'm talking about as I document it at other places and I come back to that same place. Also in the vehicle at Fernergy. This is what I've been documenting for years, and now you're understanding what I was describing, okay? It's called directed light. The presence of the demon possessed engaging in federal stalking. P.O.C. It's 3:07 p.m. 5XLU343. RLN807 53149S1 8JNH721 8FVE947 8KQB015 8RSK416 7732896 4LUC695 7NTX314 5FKN618 47331F2 84398C3 8CDS111
8 APB 552. United States Post Office 5500357. Or United States Postal Service, excuse me. Crossing path in a vehicle. License. L99114, I believe. GQW 726, 8VQX436, 8MVT 941, excuse me, 5GQA 545, 8BYC 226, 8BPNJ, well, that was wrong, you scratched that one, 6KQR 344, 8TKB 784, 7XQX 914, excuse me. Peculiarized light. This is license plate 30146P1. That's AT&T. At the private address 16706 on. This looks like, I believe this is a Orange. Yeah. And understand that address, that house is a facilitating venue. AT&T creating light activity, flashing light on that vehicle. It's 3:11 p.m. I'm at the Fontana Metrolink station, where the state's fake sun over this venue at all times of the day. I've been here early in the morning, been here in the evening. State kept its fake sun right over me and over me as I got on any bus at this station, going to any location. It is 3:12 p.m.
Thank you.
All right, this is Omnitrans. I was on bus number 1265, license 1387141. Fake sun is at the Omnitrans bus station, the Fontana Metrolink station at Orange, and I think this is Nuevo. It is 3:13 p.m. All right, the female driver, she's wearing a blue hat. She's got a white and black polka dot scarf on her hair. It's back in a bun. She's driving Route 61, license 1545798. The state sounding plane engines over my head as she walks around the bus the long way with a communication device, which is a means of crossing path and light activity as she walks past me in operation of a communication device. She's on her own cameras, of surveillance cameras of Omnitrans crossing path. I just want to document that license plate. That's Omnitrans is a third party, right? And she's doing so under the fake sun. License plate. C 142009012344514. It is 3:16 p.m. State's fake sun remains over me in the city of Fontana, nowhere near those demons engaged in terrorism and criminal summoning today at the Upland Public Library, 78DL227. P.O.C. All right, this brings into context, by the way, like I said, this is not brand new, documenting the same exact pattern of conduct for years now, specifically the actors of Omnitrans and the people engaging in monitoring while I'm sleeping outside of the museum, while I'm sleeping in a vehicle in my car at Vine and G, while I'm sleeping in a third party's car at Fern and G Street. This is providing the ongoing context to that which I have already revealed. I already documented this, okay? And so this is the state stalking conduct, heavily documented. It is the state's pattern of conduct that is the state is stalking via law enforcement, plane, helicopter, fire, and ambulance. And so this is the prosecution of the people, and you are looking at that template that is provided and how the government is acting via the people. That's license plate 1420090, creating audible activity at the stoplight. The fake sun is over my head. That's P.O.C. Directed light behind the bus, just like you saw behind the Upland Police, the Upland Police Department vehicle at 7-Eleven behind the truck. Absolutely ridiculously impossible light activity. All right, I don't know. I'm not even gonna comment. It's just ridiculous. In some ways, it is a concession because
You're clearly engaging in that which is abnormal, and I'm capturing it on video over and over and over again, which is connecting the entirety of that entity. It's the absence of coincidence, right? Go ahead. It is currently 3:18 p.m. 74364Y2 7YLU141. It's 3:18 p.m. All right, I got the quintessential picture of demonic activity as the state actors themselves, the Fontana Police Department, cross paths under the fake sun. And while that demon knows she's being documented, she immediately turns on her police lights and just stops a third party. She can say she's been looking for them. They're on America's Most Wanted. She can say whatever she wants. The fake sun is over my head in the city of Fontana, and she was engaging in what is federal stalking. The outward demonstration of demon possession, while directed light is maintained around me, and she is arresting what is a third party while those demons are monitoring together. That's a psychopath. AWAF 153. This is the Fontana Police Department documented engaged in federal stalking. 4WAE266 73920S1. And while she has her police lights on, understand she's engaging in criminal facilitation. These minions that are crossing path on this street that I'm walking on right now, documented lights, they're all monitoring to that light activity. All right, P.O.C. She literally turned on her police lights, hopped out of a car, and just approached a third party. All right, so she must have been on the hunt for that third party. She just immediately just stopped him and put handcuffs on him. All right, that's what the police do. That's their form. They don't have any form. All right, 8AYM983. That's P.O.C. And that is the psychopath. It is 3:22 p.m. And while she's arresting and using her police lights, which are the elements of monitoring, and the outward demonstration of federal stalking while the satanic system is underway, guess what? The fake sun is not over Upland Public Library or the Ontario Open Family Community Library. Right? Not where both of them are maintained, documented day in and day out, as remaining right over me until way after this time. Not today. And who's in relevant position while that which is not the sun is over my head? The Fontana Police Department, demonstrating the same practicing of satanic terrorism and demonstrating the absence of any form and the unpreparedness for being documented and prosecuted as an agency engaging in terrorism of an American citizen. Get these license plates. Fontana PD license 1607154. Driving past me on what is Sierra Avenue, and then pacing. So this is the state. Remember, all these third parties are cross paths together. They're monitored together. But Ontario PD drives left onto Valencia. The other one drives right onto Valencia, and that license plate that I read drives past me, carrying, going forward toward maintaining President of Sierra. Okay, that's surrounding by the state. They went every direction. That's P.O.C. Alrighty, 5HNU, I believe. 190 8VMX 407. What's so sad and pitiful also is like and this is but it's so, and oh my goodness, it's so important because this is how public corruption is maintained as a secret. It's in plain sight. It's right in front of your face. All right. And so, but for the documentation of that unnatural environment, the state is given unwarranted, unfounded, unjustified, illogical, okay, if you will, legitimacy, okay, for being a police officer and using your police lights like you're engaging in the administration of justice, and you're not. You're engaging in criminal conduct. All right. So but for the documentation of what is an unnatural environment and a pattern of kidnapping by law enforcement, 7WPU287. Understand the Ontario Police Department was taking one for the whole team. Understand the state itself. Every single last one of these minions that are crossing paths, they do not want this documentation out there. Prosecution of one is prosecution of all of them. Understand that. 5, 3, 4, 5, 1, and 2. Ontario Police were trying to take one for the whole team. And they're... I'm going to let that speak for themselves. The documentation establishes otherwise, but you're speaking to what's the motive, what's the purpose? You engage in kidnapping because federal stalking is indeed underway. AKVY229. And let me be clear, while Fontana Police are using their police lights, which is the absence of form, it's the engagement in the creation of light activity under that which is not possibly the sun that remains over my head at the Ontario Open Family Community Library. at the Stater Brothers at 646 West Holt, at the Starbucks at 706 West Holt, where it stays there until the late evening. Every single last one of these minions are present in what is directed light. That's clearly not sunlight. You don't have any form. You have a demon that is stripped nude, in other words. You have zero form. There's nothing for them to hide behind. All right? 4MIG427. That's what demons do. So while he's sitting over here monitoring on the sidewalk, got a nice little Harley Davidson, license 20X9800, 8WFP907, 4EON179, 4CYW897. Fontana Police Department and no other police department have any form whatsoever. They have been stripped nude of that, showing the bare bones stalker that it is, because this is a demonic entity operating over a people and a government. And that is a psychopath that hopped up out of her car and just approached a third party to create what is form for her stalking conduct. That's a psychopath. Let me be clear, that is a psychopath. She's a freak weirdo. Let me be clear. That demon gives her, animates her entire being. 7GKK970. She's a psychopath and she knows she's being documented. That's what that was. 7GPX843. 8VHK555. 33443B1. That smells good. Smells good over here. 5JBS907. 51203X1. 6. Alright, let me get this. 7WWY 114. 7TJH732, 7FCJ027, 7ZSG972. State's fake son is right over here where I'm at over my head, no longer at that intersection where Fontana Police were engaging in the absence of any form, but that's the demonic pattern to act outwardly appear doing one thing while they are engaging in the criminal elements of monitoring. It's demonic activity while federal stalking is underway. Okay? P.O.C. Alrighty, I captured the ongoing migration like it always does. Fake sun right over me at Sierra and Arrow. The state stalking via Southwest Airlines commercial airline plane. Fontana Police just like clockwork, okay? The same template. 5V91914. Monitoring with Fontana PD who crosses path into the fake sun. This is ongoing terrorism. 6VYX135. 8FXZ298. 7TJH551. 6SBV398. 7GKY303, 8WTF920, 8KXP809, 8RNV856, 7WHA139, 4NMW244, 7RQB843, 8EBE532. It is 3:29 p.m. That's advanced steel creating audible activity directed light in front of that truck, okay? US.2773419, California license 397640. That's called advanced steel recovery. The logo is black and green, okay? And the Fontana Fire Department is driving through the parking lot. All right, it is currently 3:30 p.m. and they're doing so under the fake sun. All right, so I'm just documenting the state and all the ways that the demons are acting together. Driving into the John E. Roberts fire station is not form. It's called crossing path. That's why the fake sun is over that fire station. Just like it was this morning over the over the Upland fire station, right? Where I'm standing in that parking lot. And that which is not sunlight covering the asphalt in front of me while they're crossing path. Nothing normal about that environment or that conduct. And by the way, the state's fake sun is no longer over that venue because I'm not there. Which is also revealing what they were doing today and what they've been doing. See, 1520392. That's P.O.C. by the Fontana Police Department. This is the John E. Roberts Fire Station. It's 3:31 p.m. 7WDM 303, 8KVR 260, 8KUC 171, 5PLC 509, 8UCY 303, 5LWL 847, 5UEY 076, 7AWP 192, 8AOK 610, 6XWG 537, 8WHD 014, 7XBA 150. Oh no. I think that was 4UQX 795. It's 3:31. 2665 8B2 5UEY 076. I think I documented that one. 4RKE 035 5XEL 205 in case I didn't document those already. 8PLG 154. These are parked outside of the Fontana Public Library. Music is called audible activity under that which is not the sun. And as I document it while I'm inside, that is directed light. As you're looking at that light activity, the state's fake sun, which is the state is suggesting it's entirely implausible, not only because of its placement here at Fontana in alignment with me at Spring Street, all right, and Sierra, but also because of the directed light. 8BB446, I can't really see that one, but also because of the state which places its directed light inside of a venue, suggesting that the sun is not above the buildings but is adjacent to them. All right, that is directed light that's being aimed horizontally, and you saw a substantial amount of directed light inside of the venue. So as I exit the entrance of the library, directed light is covering the Miller Center. All right, and everything that they're saying and doing, they're doing so with the Fontana Police Department, which is driving in the perimeter and doing so. This is crossing path. This is absolutely pathetic. They're inching past. These are demons. The bell is audible activity. Fontana Police are driving by right now, and the directed light is covering the Miller Amphitheater. That's this building right in front of the library right here. That's not sunlight. It's not sunlight at the Upland Fire Department either, right? But this is the absence of the state's light source over that venue, the impossibility of that coexisting if this were actually the sun. So you're looking at that pattern of conduct, and you're looking at what's demonic activity, while terrorism is systematically, this is terrorizing conduct. That's Fontana sounding sirens, right? Amplified activity under that which is directed light in the fake sun. That's the P.O.C. Okay, and these are demons that are monitoring. Directed light is again, like I'm stating, it's covering the inside. So as I exit the entrance, the building of the library is apparently the sunlight is reaching underneath and then dipping downward to touch the Miller Amphitheater right in front of the entrance. That's the maintenance of light on the surfaces. That's what the state does inside of venues. Sounding sirens and crossing path. 7VXJ 913. All right, 093XYK. It's P.O.C. 8P8 2735. It is 6:01 p.m. and this is Lewis Library and Technology Center, located in the city of Fontana, California. This is the ongoing pattern of conduct. This is not new. I've already documented the state's pattern of conduct at this particular venue, but you are witnessing Fontana Police crossing path. Oh, this is the Satan driving license number 1475383. Okay, that's P.O.C. And this is with knowledge that they're being documented. And this is the absence of the light source over the Upland Public Library. So this lets you know what the Ontario Police Department were doing. Under that, which is the fake sun, what the Upland Police Department were doing today, but not only every documented encounter, all right, and what the Fontana Police Department are doing right now, and what they were also doing while they were engaged in kidnapping. While I was subject to kidnapping by the San Bernardino Sheriff's Department, they were engaging in federal stalking at Arrowhead Regional Medical Hospital, using their vehicles, light activity, stalking with the Sheriff's Department, who had unlawful custody of my person, engaging in obstruction of justice, transports me to the Arrowhead Regional Medical Center, which is San Bernardino County, engaging in kidnapping, keeping me against my will, pursuant to what is a fictitious prosecution, and the Fontana Police Department were there in relevant position, engaging in federal stalking. They are engaging in federal stalking right now in the terrorizing environment, engaging in that ongoing P.O.C. with knowledge. So this is speaking to the threat while terrorism is underway. The psychopath knows that it's being documented. That's what you're going to prosecute for, okay? It is 6:02 p.m. That is P.O.C. All right, Demons patrolling, license plate 6 YUC 306, 6:04 p.m. Maintaining presence at the library, and so this is where you just have group stalkers that are just sitting all around, sitting outside. Everybody wants to hang outside of the library now. These are group stalkers that are maintaining presence, okay? And doing so in that environment. This is speaking to the deliberate presence. That's called group stalking, and there is no form for the people of the state. It's 6:04 p.m. And that's what's ongoing at the library. That's what the police are doing, pursuant to that stalking presence of the people. And the state's fake sun is maintaining perfect alignment, and the state is covering the grounds with directed light as well. It's 6:05 p.m. All right, I want to document some demonic activity. And what I'm capturing an image of is what they are systematically doing. By they, I mean the people. First of all, they're monitoring the venue of the internet, utilizing communication devices, and doing so with simultaneity to my operation of my phone while I'm on the internet, uploading documentation. So as I turn my phone on, a group stalker walks by. Okay, that's called crossing a path. While they're in directed light, so they have multiple shadows around them. What I just took a picture of right now is a white male. He walks behind me. I'm sitting at the entrance area of the Fontana Lewis Library and Technology in the city of Fontana. And so this ongoing music is the creation of audible activity. The state is maintaining directed light, and demonic conduct is such that they are walking by at where I'm sitting at the entrance area. As I get onto Google Drive, for example, that's getting on the internet, getting on a new page. This is new activity, all right? As I do that, you have what is a Latino family, comes with a young child. This child immediately starts running in front of me. This is the creation of light activity. This is also demonic activity as it is engaged in by a young person, okay? This is federal stalking, though. This is what they are engaging in, all right? And they are all monitoring to that creation of activity and utilizing youth in order to do so, all right? All of them subject to demon possession. It's demonic monitoring conduct, okay? And you have running by me as I begin uploading. This immediately results in what is the prolonged effort of uploading the video. It turns into, and this is a video that's like a minute and some odd seconds. It's the video of the fake sun aimed through the library at, let me see, Spring Street and Sierra, all right? So this video, and this is the state acting via the people who are engaging in crossing a path as they're doing so pursuant to their knowledge of what I'm doing on my phone. This is federal stalking, and doing it pursuant to the demonic behavior of stalking in the path, engaging in relevant positioning with simultaneity to what I am doing, that which is inaudible to the human ear, because it's also as I make any sudden moves, and it's also while I'm engaging in movement on the internet. All right, so this group stalker, and this is the first time, and it results in it goes from immediately uploading to a delayed upload, and this takes that video and a few pictures, 24 minutes, okay? That's monitoring. And then I change to a different page to upload 5 pictures, and this is where I'm taking a picture of the next one. He comes by with simultaneity to my switching to a new page and beginning to upload these JPEG images. He is walking, he has 3 shadows around him, behind him, and both to his left and his right, okay? This is a demon-possessed stalker who is monitoring with the state, who, by the way, is flying over in commercial planes patrolling. 8VDJ195 is crossing path with the vehicle, which is light activity, while the state is flying over in relevant position over what is the Arrow Road, this intersection, all right? Group stalking 8MLL218, and what's their form? That they're giving away little sanitation packs for the homeless. They're stalking. They're monitoring. 8ELM117, an overweight Latino family engaging in federal stalking with minor children, I believe. 6YMX047, 6SMK238. And understand, while they're driving in the parking lot, that's called light activity. All right, and the state is patrolling via plane, commercial airlines plane. Paper plate BM52H29, 8GUC062, 4RKEO35. I believe those are the same license plates. All right, and these are demons that are sitting in the parking spots at the Fontana Library area. Amazon Prime is crossing path. It is currently driving on past what is the Arrow Road, intersecting street with what is that? That is Sierra, where the main street is, where Citibank is, where the Fontana Police Department are crossing path of my video. 8VKT415, 5 P.O.C 509. Amazon Prime crossing path though. Okay, it is currently 6:47 p.m. That is federal stalking by the demon possessed. The criminal elements of monitoring themselves are demonic. All right, the environment is entirely demonic. They maintain real-time knowledge of what you are doing. This is demonic activity. They know, meaning their mindset. This is a demonic act. All right, they know what I'm doing without staring at a communication device. It's not like they're staring at phones and looking at my activity. These are demons, and this demonic system is based on this demonic activity is centered on the use of technology. These are demons that are crossing paths with knowledge of what I'm doing in real time. All right, it's 6:48 p.m. and this is a pattern of conduct at Lewis Library and Technology in the city of Fontana, P.O.C. All right, let me get you the license plate of this demon that is creating light activity using their vehicle. Their hazards are blinking while that little demon-possessed minion uses a skateboard to create audible activity and light activity while his shadow is moving around. He has multiple shadows. This is demonic activity by the youth. And the group stalker that's monitoring with him, this is criminal facilitation. This is how you're going to prosecute the people. 8GUC062 uses their flashes, their hazards on their car. That's light activity in the path while that minion skates around on the skateboard and his shadow is surrounding him. All right, and these are psychopaths that know that they're being monitored. So you're remembering the environment, you're remembering the pattern of conduct, and you are keeping in mind the mindset, the knowledge with which these demon-possessed stalkers act. That is speaking to the intensity of prosecution and the necessity of policy. Okay, P.O.C. 6:57. Okay, it's 6:57 p.m. So what I'm taking pictures of are demons that are patrolling back and forth to the door of the library that's closed. This is patrolling. Okay, and these are demons. They're walking back and forth. You have a little hunchback demon-possessed stalker. She walks the same direction, patrolling on skateboard in directed light, walking to the door in directed light, walking with children, running with your children in directed light. This is the pattern of conduct and its terrorism. And this is why there's no underage minion that's engaging in terrorism that's going to escape prosecution. Not at all. That's called audible activity. That's what you're listening to, just like I capture outside of the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library. Inside of the Ontario Ovitt Family Community Library, it's the same psychopath, all right? It's P.O.C. It is 6:58 p.m. And the Fontana Police Department are monitoring to that. This is the delinquency. This is the harm that the law enforcement agencies present while they're monitoring with the people, okay? It is 6:58 p.m. It is 7 p.m. and what I'm documenting with the skateboarders, understand they are patrolling. It's the same thing as the demons walking back and forth to the entrance of the library. It's 7 p.m. This is the demonic pacing. This is exactly what I am telling you. This is what demons do, and they are psychopaths. They are freak weirdos, okay? And they're stalkers. And I want to be clear about the weirdo that Satan is, and he's operating over the people of the state, and they are engaging in pacing it. They're one entity. So what you have to wrap your mind around is the fact that you're talking about one entity operating through a multiplicity of faces. So I'm going to put it in very raw terms. This is Satan walking back and forth over and over and over again through a different person's body. That's literally what's happening. That's what demon possession is, and that's what they're doing. Okay? Satan is walking back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and skating back and forth and back and forth. Satan is driving back and forth and back and forth. Satan is flying back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. Satan is flying in a circle over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. That's what you're witnessing. That's demonic activity. And this is the satanic system of federal stalking by the demon possessed. All right, that's P.O.C. It's 7:01 p.m.
2DBN465. Again, that's 2DBN465. That is Union Pacific as the guise under which audible activity of a train is sounding. I am at Ontario Village in front of Stater Brothers at 646 West Hall, 8LSX 701. Now, let me tell you about the concerted activity. As that group stalker touches with light, Tracy Banks closes her door at the same time. That's creation of audible activity while I'm being touched with light. The state is in the airspace over this venue, and that is directed light and amplified audible activity. All right, it's P.O.C. It's currently 7:44 p.m. on the surveillance cameras at Stater Brothers and inside of Ontario Village.